Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the July 7th meeting of the Milford Planning and Zoning Board. If we could please stand for the pledge and a moment of silence. Thank you. If you would, please call the roll.
Mr. Agnesi? Mr. Alling?
Present.
Mr. Anderson?
Present.
Mr. Furmender?
Present.
Mr. Collegian?
Present.
Mr. Machio?
Here.
Mr. Mortimer?
Present.
Mr. Sadi?
Present.
Mr. Zaharides?
Present.
And Chairman Quish.
I am also present. Mr. Anderson, would you like to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Chair Quish. I wanted it known for the record that my intention was to recuse myself when 34 Buick Avenue came up because I had a real estate client that I showed the house to. My client put in a bid, but the bid was not accepted, the transaction was not consummated, and under the circumstances, I feel as if, and I consulted legal counsel as well, and I believe that there is no need to recuse myself. Simply, I just wanted to disclose that for the record. With regard to 430 North, I was not at the June 16th meeting, but I've taken the time to review the record, read the minutes, look at the video from that night. So I will be sitting on both public hearings tonight.
Thank you for that. Our first order of business is 61 Milford Point Road, Zone R75, petition of Jeff Adelino for a coastal area site plan review for a single-family residence on map 006, block 084, parcel 019, of which Carmen Stefano is the owner. Applicant has the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, my name is Thomas Lynch. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lynch, Trimbicki, and Boynton, and my office is located here in Milford at 63 Cherry Street. And I'm here tonight representing my client, Carmen Stefano. I'm also here with Jeff Adelino, a well-known builder here in Milford, who's the contractor for the new house proposed on this site. So this is a CAM application. It's been reviewed by the zoning office. I appeared before the Zoning Board of Appeals last month seeking two variances for side yard and projections on the side of the house. The property, if you're took a drive-by, if you're familiar with the area, of course, 61 Milford Point Road, it's located in the Cedar Beach area. That stretch of Milford Point Road has lots that are very, very narrow and long, so that even though this is in the R75 zone classification, the lot itself is 15,400 square feet in size, so it's a very deep lot. So the plans as submitted show the house with the variances that were granted. The house meets all of the CAM requirements. The application was reviewed by the city engineer. He had a couple of sort of, as I would refer to them, housekeeping conditions that he wanted to have made, but in essence approved the plan. It was reviewed by Steve Harris, who does the initial review on CAM applications for the Department of Permitting and Land Use, and the house meets the zoning standards. The elevation of the first floor is 17 feet with vents. It's going to be a new house of some 3,400 square feet. There's three floors of living space. There'll be a tandem two-car garage on the ground level. On the first floor, there'll be an office, kitchen, open area to a deck, and then the other 2 floors, second floor will have 3 bedrooms, and then on the 4th floor, there'll be a 4th bedroom and an open family room looking out to Long Island Sound. So the plans were submitted. It's a beautiful house. It should be a beautiful addition to the area, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions at this point? Mr. Sadi?
Thank you. Good evening, Attorney Lynch, and happy 250th for our country.
Thank you, Bob.
Just so the record is clear, the report you referred to, the city engineer, Mr. Podolsky, June 24th of 2026, and I think maybe the 4th page may have some conditions that he's recommending.
He does, and we've all seen Greg's report on these cams. They're minor. The application will be amended. As noted, there was a box that needed to be checked, and it wasn't checked. But the engineering aspect of the plans as submitted met his review.
And just so we're clear, it's a June 24th of 26 report regarding your 61 Milford Point Road application.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else for Attorney Lynch? Okay. At this point, if you have nothing else, I would hear a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is regarding 61 Milford Point Road, Zone R75. I move to approve with the conditions of the June 24, 26 report of the city engineer, Mr. Podolsky, the petition of Jeff Adelino for a coastal area site plan review for a single-family residence, map 006, block 084, parcel 019, of which Carmen Stefano is the owner.
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, if you would please call the vote.
Mr. Alling?
With the motion.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm with the motion.
Mr. Vermender?
With the motion.
Mr. Collegian?
With the motion.
Mr. Machio?
With the motion.
Mr. Mortimer?
With the motion.
Mr. Sadi?
With the motion?
Mr. Zaharides?
With the motion.
And Chairman Quish.
I'm also with the motion. Good luck with the project.
All right, thanks so much.
Next order of business is to be closed by June 25th, vote by July 30th, 430 North Street, Zone R18, petition of Christopher Laurie for a proposed change in the zoning regulations, section 3117, to allow an accessory dwelling unit in detached garage where property zone classification is a minimum 18,000 square feet on map 87, block 907, parcel 11E, of which Christopher L'Oreal is the owner. Applicant has the floor.
Thank you. And again, on this file, Mr. Chairman, Thomas Lynch, representing my client, Christopher L'Oreal, who's seated here with his youngster and attending to him. So hopefully there won't be any questions that I won't be able to answer. So this is a continuation of the hearing from last month. As David noted on the record, there was a error in the legal ad that went into the paper. So instead of closing the hearing, the board felt it was appropriate to keep the hearing open, allow other members of the public, if they needed or wanted to weigh in on the comments that I made. But, I assume the board members that are here remember my presentation. I can summarize it briefly if need be. And Mr. Anderson did say that he wasn't here and he reviewed the tape. But, basically this application was brought to make an amendment to section 3117 of the zoning regulations to allow for detached garage accessory dwelling units in zone classifications where lot sizes are half an acre or larger, or in other words, zone R18, R30, and RA. I told you the story of how this was initiated by my client having at his residence on North Street a detached garage with an apartment that by all accounts has been there for over 25, 30 years, but there was never any formal zoning approval obtained for the unit. And the zoning office issued a zoning violation letter pursuant to a complaint from a tenant of his. So that's what brought him to my office, and this action was taken to amend the regulation to, address that zoning violation. But at the same time, I hearkened back to 2023, went through the public hearing notes from 2023, and it seemed as though there was good support for detached garage ADUs. But the major complaint that I read through the notes and the minutes were from, people who were saying they didn't want them in areas where, such as the beach areas or zones such as Zone R5 or R75, where properties were close to each other. So this application was brought to amend the regulation to allow detached garage ADUs only in those zones where the residence parcel itself is a minimum of a half an acre. So if members have any further questions, I'm happy to address them, but that's the summary of where we left off last month.
Thank you. Are there questions right now for the applicant?
Thank you again. Good evening, Attorney Lynch.
Hi.
In reference to the materials presented last meeting, and again with us being able to read them, one of the things that you focused on in your presentation last time, you've touched on it now, is that the facts that were provided to you and your client applicant was that they had a building that was there, it was a garage,
Yes.
and it was detached, and then you went through the issue of the zoning compliance issue.
Yes.
Was the intent of your application to protect your client only, or did you consider the larger picture that the term detached garage not be used, that any building that is not attached could be an ADU in the properties that you're talking about?
Well, let me go back to my initial discussions with David, because as a result of my discussions with him, this, the avenue that we're taking with this application was really the only avenue available to my client to be able to keep the apartment. So to answer your question, it was yes, brought for my client, but I felt that rather than having a open-ended regulation amendment that would allow ADU in detached garages across the city, I focused just on those zones, R18, R30, and RA, where there were larger parcels. And again, reviewing the 2023 public hearings that the board had, Bob, it felt as though the board had mixed feelings on the issue, and the swaying factor was neighbors that came and spoke and said, hey, I don't want to have a guy who has a garage that's right on top of my house have another apartment there. So that's not the case here, because my client has a piece of land, it's located in zone R18, but his parcel is 1.75 acres. He has a huge piece of property. So, trying to make a long story short and answer your question, the whole process was initiated to protect my client, but I think it benefits other people in the city who have similar situations as his, and it doesn't fly in the face of the comments from neighbors and citizens who spoke in 2023 at the public hearings who really were against detached garages in areas where it was more dense. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And then the last part of it is the beginning language. In addition, this is where you have, in addition thereto, an accessory apartment may be allowed. Can you just explain why the language of may be allowed in your consideration was being used?
Is that referring back to what we talked about last month about having two apartments on one property?
No, this is actually your proposed change to the actual existing regulation, and this is in addition thereto an accessory apartment may be allowed in a detached garage structure. Just want to know if you have any thoughts on the term of may be allowed as opposed to will be allowed as opposed to not even having it.
No, I worded it may be allowed because if the board or the zoning office issues a permit, the apartment would have to meet the other standards that are set forth in the rest of the regulation. So when I worded it may be allowed, it means that a permit can be issued, but the other standards, there's 4 or 5 standards that follow that paragraph, have to be met before a permit could be issued. So if it was worded will be or shall be, it would be more or less, hey, a detached garage can be permitted.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions
Does
this
that-
time, Mr.
Does
Chairman.
that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions at this point? David, I have a question for you. Because of the language of the garage, if there's no existing garage there, does that preclude someone from having an ADU in the 18,000 square feet plus zones?
The language is may be allowed in a detached garage structure accessory to the single-family dwelling unit. So if there's not a garage structure there, there's nothing to prevent someone from, if they can build a garage that's zoning compliant, they can.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think my question is, can you just, if you don't have a garage, can you build an ADU?
Well, as long as it follows the language here in a garage structure. So if that looks like a garage but functions as an ADU, I would say.
Yes, so I think that
would say yes.
I think the problem I have is that it ends up, the garage language ends up confusing the issue. It's an ADU. If it happens to be in a garage, it's okay, but if it's not and you just want an ADU, you can have it. And I think that's more the intent of the ADU state regulation, as well as the people that were for detached ADUs in our earlier meetings, but that's just my 2 cents at this point. Good, Mark.
What's considered a garage structure? To follow up on your question, Jim.
Yeah, I don't,
We do define garage in our book. I would have to look it up for you, but garage does have a definition.
I think it leaves a lot of ambiguity.
I believe it's defined as an accessory building that is used for storage and for automobiles.
well, we can look it up. So that's, if we get very specific on it. But this is an open public hearing. So if you are satisfied with your presentation at this point, I would
Yes.
open up to the public. So if anybody would like to speak to this issue, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and also try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes. And if you're agreeing or concurring with someone or a set of ideas, state that rather than restating them all, if you would, please. We do have a lot of people here tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Merva. It's really kind of difficult to understand what people are saying, but I think you said keep it, if we all have similar feedback, to kind of note that. So Rachel Merva, 90 Dart Hill Road in Milford. I'm with All In for Milford, and we are supportive of this application to broaden the detached ADU regulations to encompass more than just this North Street property, but all of these other areas. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Bromley, 27 Norway Street. I also support this because I've said before that I would love to have housing for my mother who's in Florida, but if I can't bring her up to live inside my house with me because we'd kill each other. But I would love to be able to help her with housing. So if my lot were large enough, I would love to be able to do this regardless of whichever R I am in. Any place in the city, I would hope that would be possible at some point. And and I know it may not be conventional, and we don't want everyone who's agreeing to come up here and make your time longer. So I wonder if it's possible to say, if you support this, can you raise your hand? Or could you raise your hand, and if you still have to talk, you have to talk, but if you'd be willing to raise your hand in lieu of speaking, it might save some time, so.
Well, thank you for that, but I appreciate that, but anybody is welcome, and everybody is welcome to come up and share their thoughts with the board and with the public. But thank you for that, Sarah.
Good evening. Paul Jorgensen from 246 High Street. I spoke at the last meeting in favor of this application, and I have a few extra points that I wanted to mention. Detached ADUs offer additional options and convenience for residents over attached ADUs, which are currently allowed. And a detached should be allowed in all residential zones. ADUs promote independent yet supportive multi-generational family housing. Adult children starting out who want to stay in town, family members with special needs or disabilities, empty nest or elderly parents looking to downsize or who would benefit from additional income, young families who can rent the main house. ADUs are small units. As such, they are naturally affordable housing, like starter homes of yesteryear. ADUs allow for a gentle density, a small-scale growth, and a real housing solution. They're dispersed throughout existing neighborhoods, so they're not a large change to the neighborhoods. In Milford, ADU properties are owner-occupied, and this is really important. Owner-occupied properties avoid absentee landlords. They avoid large and distant private capital investors coming in who have no commitment to the city. And all while promoting a well-maintained small house in the neighborhood. Some people object to ADUs in their neighborhood due to additional parking. And to that, I would say, as a small city with a big heart, what do we value more? Car storage or family-friendly housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. I actually don't have an opinion on this matter, but it's very difficult to hear in the back. I was wondering if it was possible to turn up the volume for the committee and for the speakers as well.
That's, thank you for that. David, is there...
No, the system is the system. It's my understanding that the city is working on replacing this system, but we have to bear with it while we have it.
Okay, somebody might shut that back door. It might be a little bit better. And if people would make sure that they get their mouth, get closer to the microphone, it might help everybody, and I'll try to do that as well. But if someone would close that back door, we might get a little less ambient noise, make it easier for people to hear. I can't interact with somebody from the back of the room, I'm sorry. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue? Would the applicant, oh, yep, come on up.
Hello, my name is Andrew Rice. I live at 35 Quaker Place. Seeing the rise in homelessness, seeing the rise in people having to leave Milford, I think we should be exploring every avenue to expand cheap, affordable housing. It's the right of these people on their property to use their detached units for housing. And so I just want to quickly say that I'm also in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? The applicant has the floor for rebuttal or nothing further. Okay, does anybody see a reason why we should not close the public hearing? David, would you like to speak to it first before we close?
Yeah, I have for you the definition that we have for garage. The definition, we call it garage, a private garage, an accessory building or portion of a principal building used for the storage of vehicles as an accessory use. That's what our definition is.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone see a reason why we should not close the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. One thing I would like to say is I'm in favor of attached and detached ADUs. I don't support the language that seems to require the ADU to be part of a garage. I think a standalone ADU with nothing to do with car storage is part of a solution that I would be in favor of. I also think that going down to R10 would be good, but it's not what's in front of us here tonight. But that being said, I would hear a motion.
Mr. Quish, can we speak?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Chairman Quish, I have a question. First, I wonder if we could change the language from a detached garage structure to a structure such as a garage or a tiny home?
I think that, again, when it comes time to make a motion, that could be part of the motion. So any language that whoever makes a motion or however it's changed through our discussion is fine by me. Anything further? Yep.
What does the board believe or think about, is this just to help out families and bring in families to stay on the property, or are we also going to consider investment tools that someone might invest into a property to get a little bit more supplement income? And if that even matters to this board, just a
Good
thought process there.
Yeah, good question. I think that the way the state reg, and David will correct me if I'm wrong, reads is that there has to be an owner-occupied property, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a family member in the ADU. So it could be just someone wants to put down a prefab or build an ADU, they can rent it to anybody they want.
Right. Do we think that we should restrict it to family members, or should we just leave it how it is? That's my question, I guess. If that's even legal to write that.
Yeah, I think that the state regulation that enables ADUs prohibits making that a requirement. Am I correct with that, David?
It's been a while since I've looked at the state, so I don't want to say yes or no, but I know we can look at our current regulations, and our current regulations, which once upon a time did require a family member, do not currently require a family member, and I believe that change was because of the state regulation.
That's my recollection. Anything further?
Jim?
Yep.
Mr. Stolkis, have there been any other petitions to change this regulation other than this one?
Well, a number of years ago, the board did take this up. I don't recall if it was based on a applicant asking or if the board trying to anticipate dealing with the housing shortage took it up. But this has been a topic of discussion on and off over the last probably 10 years.
And in 2023, we did take this up, correct?
I would have to go, but we took it up. I don't remember the year, but
Well, okay, and we voted that the ADUs had to be attached.
correct.
So
the last time this was discussed.
So for one person, we are now being requested, petitioned to change 3 zones to allow detached, when this board already took this up and made the regulation that said they had to be attached. This board here has a lot to think about. These are single-family zones. By allowing an ADU, you're turning a single-family zone into a multi-family zone. That's what you're allowing. So you really have to think about this. These are our 18, what are they here? I'm sorry, R18, R30, and RA are single-family homes. By allowing another home on that property, you're basically saying, build multifamily. So this board already voted on it, and now one person is requesting us to change this.
Oh, good point. I think that we took this up because the state mandated that we either accept their language or we create our own language.
And we created our own language that said they had to be attached.
Exactly right. I'm not sure if it's this exact same configuration of the board. I think there's different members.
It's the Planning and Zoning Board.
No, I understand, but just to be very clear, it's a different constituency of this board. It's not the same exact members. So newer members may have different opinions than that board did. I also like to note that anybody can pay the fee and request a zone change for anything, whether it affects just them or it affects the entire city. It's part of our process.
We're usually pretty strict when it comes to zone changes for one person. I know, I've been on this board for years. We're pretty strict with that. So here we are, trying to change a single-family zone to a multifamily zone.
Well, a multifamily, I think, indicates more than one, but it also can be 20.
Multi is how many, Jim? One or two or more, correct?
I'm happy with whatever definition you want, Mark. I don't want to go 10 rounds with you on it. I just think that...
But it's two families in one zone on one property is multifamily.
Right, like two-family houses and...
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
If it helps at all. Right now, technically, the entire city would be a two-family zone because anybody can right now come in and apply for an ADU within the existing structure. That existing structure becomes a two-family structure. And just for clarification on definitions, technically multifamily is 3 or more units because we do recognize one and two-family structures as their own unique definition. But right now, any single family zone in the city, you can come in and ask for the ADU.
Attached.
Attached.
Very good, okay. Is there any other questions or comments for staff?
Just a quick comment. I see your point, Mark, but at the time we passed that ordinance, I was in favor of detached ADUs in the first place, so I see this as improving on what we did in 23. So, but that's what we're here to discuss. So let's hash it out.
Anybody else like to weigh in before we hear a motion?
What's the square footage again about with this? Just
This,
800, right? Or
I think 800 is the number. I think you're right. You want to, David, a quick look for us, please, David? The existing regulation for a...
Yeah, let me look at the existing regulation. Hold on.
And then the
because
state...
the point I think I'm going to go with that is that it's restricting up to 800, so it's hard for me to see someone trying to invest in only having an 800 square foot property. They're not going to get that much money because it goes off as square foot. You're going to put one bathroom in. But I'm devil's advocate. That's what, Mark, if you want to respond to that with the multifamily, if you want to say two houses on one property.
I think the 800 number comes from the state. I think that was the maximum.
Yeah, and that is, the maximum allowed is 800 square feet.
And that number came from the state enabling legislation as a maximum as well.
That, I don't recall that, but that's what we have in our regulations. Our regulations are compliant with the state regs, so perhaps that would be correct.
Perhaps, that's my recollection. I could be wrong, but anyway, it's what we have now, as that would be for inside the existing primary structure. And we are using that same number, is that correct, for a detached ADU in this proposed?
Yeah, it's not explicit in here, but again, the regulation refers to the rest of the uses and conditions of the ADU. So yeah, we would be applying that 800 square feet as the maximum for a detached as well as an attached ADU.
Thank you. Any other questions or clarifications? Mr. Anderson.
First of all, I'd like Ms. Solkis to share with us what the permitting process is for ADUs under the current regs. And I wonder if anyone knows how many conversions have occurred since the adoption of the regs in February of 2023? How many building permits have been taken out?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but that's something I can research if the board wanted. The regulations, 3.1.7, I can put them up on the board, but do you want me to read them to you? It's 1, 2, 3 pages. So basically, an accessory apartment shall have no exterior doors on the front of the building. Again, this is if it's in an existing single-family house, it's supposed to be, the design of it's supposed to be integral to the existing house with any means of ingress and egress going through the rear of the building. No single-family primary dwelling can contain more than one accessory apartment. One of the dwelling units shall be owner-occupied. If at any time one of the dwelling units becomes not occupied by the owner shall advise the Planning and Zoning Office, and the accessory apartment shall be discontinued, and the accessory permit will be revoked, and then it would have to be inspected to have all of the appliances and related electrical and gas connections removed. Let's see, the maximum size of an accessory apartment is 800 square feet. The accessory apartment shall be accessible to and from the principal dwelling. The accessory apartment shall utilize the existing dwelling's driveway and utilities, including gas, electric, and water. The accessory apartment kitchen facility shall include residential-type stove and cooking appliances and the related electrical and plumbing gas services. Again, that would still be part of the main structure's infrastructure. A numeric address of at least 5 inches in height must be affixed to the main dwelling. A separate numeric address for the accessory structure is prohibited. Application to the Zoning Board of Appeals to vary any part of that section is prohibited. And that's it. Yep.
I have a question.
Yep.
I'm going to go first with David, and we might have to go back to Attorney Lynch. I happen to pull up 3.1.1.7, and the language that's being proposed by Attorney Lynch specifically is, in addition thereto, an accessory apartment may be allowed in a detached garage structure accessory to a single-family principal dwelling located in zone classifications 1830 RA, which the minimum lot size is 18,000 square feet. However, the remaining portion of that again refers to accessory apartment, and that's one where they not have the exterior door and the like. The question I have to you, Mr. Salkus, is if we approve the detached garage language, does that get mooted out by the language that is found just below it, an accessory apartment shall not have the exterior door? If you can give us an answer to that, please.
Well, all I can say that if it's allowed in its own structure, clearly it would have to have a door. And the standards would be, although not explicitly laid out here, would be different than the having a unit in the main residential structure, because you wouldn't have to have going out the rear door of the main structure wouldn't be an issue, because they would have some other door. You wouldn't have to ingress and egress, but you still wouldn't have. We wouldn't give this a separate address. It's on the same property, so, it's treated as accessory just like the unit that's in the house. So its address is the same address as the main house. It would still, if there's any utilities going to it, those utilities are connected to the main house. There can't be separate services for water, gas, or electric. It's all going to be off of the existing services of the main house. Because again, this is accessory to the main house. It's not intended to be a standalone commercial unit, for anybody to use. It's going to be, its purpose is to serve, to be subservient in a way to the main house from a utility point of view.
Thank you. Mr. Salkus, Attorney Lynch, do you agree with that part of the analysis, that if we agree to change it to detached garage, it's not going to affect the ability to build it and have it exist?
Well, technically, the public hearing was closed, but I'm happy to say yes, that the utilities for this structure are all connected to the main house.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other
Is there any objection to going beyond just a garage on this change?
I think that if the motion is made that way, that'll be the motion we vote on, and if it doesn't pass, we can make other motions. So-
Before you make the motion, make the definition of your new term be known.
That makes good sense, Jim. Okay, are we ready to make a motion? Mr. Sadie?
Thank you very much, Mr. Quish. This is regarding 430 North Street, Zone R18. I move to approve the following conditions. The petition of Krista L'Oreal, proposed change in the zoning regulations, section 3.1.1.7. Proposed conditions would be the following. In addition thereto, an accessory apartment may be allowed as a detached structure, striking garage, accessory to a single-family principal dwelling located in all residential zone classifications, eliminating R18, R30, RA from the language, and there is language in the proposed section where the minimum area is 18,000 square feet. I am eliminating that. Only one accessory structure shall be allowed on any property under this regulation.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, Jim, did that motion just say all zones
That is accurate.
and not a garage? It could be any structure.
That is correct.
So basically, we're wiping out the regulations from 2023.
And it doesn't have a square footage restriction.
It will have a square footage restriction.
It said 18,000 feet was striked out, no?
The lot size, yes.
Correct.
I thought you meant the building size, yes.
Correct, so any lot size now,
Any lot.
any lot size,
That's the motion.
yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just to my ear, the way the motion was written, it talked about accessory structure. You can have one accessory structure. So an ADU is an accessory structure. That's fine. A shed is an accessory structure. There are other accessory structures that could be on the property, so I don't know if that's the wording you want to use, or if you want to say accessory structure for ADU use, and also whether or not you want to clarify that you're limiting each property to one ADU use, whether it's in the main structure or as a separate ADU.
Right, we want to preclude having an ADU in a structure as well as a detached ADU, then it would be actually 3 units per. I understand that. Mr. Sadie, are you willing to adjust your motion to accommodate David's concern?
Let's just talk about the first portion. In the proposed section by Attorney Lynch on behalf of his client, the language was, in addition, therefore, an accessory apartment may be allowed in a detached, and I struck the word garage, but they struck structure. I then indicated that only one accessory structure shall be allowed, and the original application was for 3117, which dealt with detached issues. The attached issues would still be the same. It has to be 800 feet, has to be the door, and I started going through some subsections. So I think the language is clear enough that would be an accessory apartment under ADU rules and requirements. It can be detached, and there may only be one accessory structure, if you want to call it an ADU structure, on that property, whether it's attached or detached, but only one.
Probably good to use the ADU terminology because that is what is commonly known and accepted.
Then I would amend my motion to indicate that in addition thereto, an accessory apartment under ADU regulations.
Or accessory dwelling unit.
May be used, as I previously set forth, but more importantly, it doesn't have to be a garage, and my motion is any residential zone.
Okay, is your
Restate
second?
the whole thing completely, because you just went,
Okay. I'll repeat the motion. Move to approve the following conditions, the petition of Christopher L'Oreal for a proposed change zoning regulations, section 31.1.7, to allow accessory dwelling units. Then, in addition thereto, an accessory dwelling unit apartment may be allowed in a detached structure accessory to a single-family principal dwelling located in all residential zones. And the last part is only one accessory dwelling unit apartment shall be allowed on any property under this regulation.
Okay, is your second good with that, Mr. Collegian?
Yes, I'm still good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion clarified, a approved second. Do we have further discussion on the motion? Go ahead.
Thank you, if I might. The board has brought up very good points. I've been part of all these discussions, and I think from the very beginning, I've always felt that the detached is the option that should be given to the landowners. I understand in 2023 and maybe another vote, Mark, we did not do so, but I'm urging now, based on the support of the community, the thoughts and processes that are going forward, and I'd ask the board to approve this particular change to the zoning regulations. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just want to, the comment that I have is, I want to approve the ADUs, but I'm a little worried that any R5, R7.5, R10 might just be too small for an 800-foot structure. I'm a little worried about that. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote at this point.
Yeah, no, I understand that as well. I think that if you look at the, just general cost, people are probably paying between $250 and $300 a square foot. At 800 square feet, I don't think it's going to be, the city's not going to be inundated. If you have a 5,000 square foot lot, I don't know that you're going to be interested in putting $220,000 into it for an 800 square foot accessory unit. Now, people who are motivated because of family concerns may have the wherewithal to do that, but as a purely economic force, I think it's unlikely. But anyway, I do understand that concern. I am concerned also, and I think that parking becomes more of an issue with the smaller lots. But I do think that there is a need for housing solutions, and this is not going to solve everything, but it's going to be part of the puzzle. And I think that's why the state, having spent quite a lot of time and effort putting their enabling legislation together, gave the cities the right to think about it and to alter it. I know, like Fairfield has approved both ADUs in the existing structure as well as detached. So a lot of cities have done it. A lot of towns have done it. I haven't heard anecdotally anybody regretting that decision or those decisions. So I'm in support of it, and I think, let the market decide for itself on each individual property. So I'm in favor of the legislation myself, or the amendment, or the change. Any further discussion, Mark?
Approving this in the smaller zones is going to prove to be parking nightmares. There's not going to be off-street parking. So if it's something you're not happy with, vote no and make a new motion.
Yeah, that is an option. I think that, my experience on the beach is that the parking is always an issue, and I don't know that this is going to be one that exacerbates it that much. I don't think it's going to be that prevalent. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a big piece of the puzzle to solve the housing need. I don't think that many people are going to do it. So I don't see it as inundating either the change of the neighborhoods or the actual parking problems. I see it as a potential problem, but I don't think personally, I don't feel it's larger than the need for housing.
if this is going to be an issue. I don't know why we're forcing the smaller lots to be on this motion, be a part of this. You could talk about this for the next 10 years if you want to address that and change the regulation later for the smaller lots. If this helps single-family homes or just families in bigger lots where they have the room, I don't see a problem with it, which is exactly what you said. Investors are not going to look at a 800 square foot property that can't be divided into two different water bills, electric bills, and say this is a good investment. But on the beach, if you're gonna say, all I gotta do is run a gas line 10 feet, and now I got an ADU, and I could charge $4,000 for something right on the beach, and now we're gonna force something through for something that doesn't need to be voted on today. The 18,000 square foot minimum can be voted on today, or greater, but something where smaller lots don't need to be voted on today.
I think I understand that point. There is a motion and a second, so we'll vote on that. If it fails, then we can have another motion. If it succeeds, then it succeeds, so.
Question, can an ADU be used as an Airbnb?
I don't think we have any right to tell anybody how long they can rent a unit for. Either way, whether it's.
Isn't that a challenge at the beach right now? People against Airbnbs?
I think there's people on both sides of that issue for sure. There's no question about that.
Just think really hard.
I have a question for Mr. Sulkus. Does lot coverage, the minimum lot coverage and what you're allowed to do, does that some kind of alleviate or obviate the issue on the smaller lots?
It's a good question. So keep in mind that this doesn't override the minimum zoning standards that we have for these lots. So you have lot coverage, you have setbacks, and then on top of that, the regulations actually prohibit you, since it's not a hardship to have one of these things, it prohibits you from going to the Zoning Board of Appeals if you can't meet those standards. So, you know, if someone happens to have an existing garage on a 3,000 square foot lot and they want to convert it, that's great. Or are they going to be able to, you know, I don't know if it's a small one-car garage or, you know, can they get an 800 square foot on there? Well, if they're going to expand it or build it, it's got to meet all the setbacks. And again, they still have to meet the lot coverage as well.
Thank you.
That's a good point. So de facto, smaller lots may not be potentially used at all, certain ones anyway. Very good point. Anything further before we call the vote? Seeing none, if you would, please call the vote.
Mr. Alling,
With the motion.
Mr. Anderson,
Against the motion.
Mr. Vermender,
Against the motion.
Mr. Collegian,
I'm with the motion.
Mr. Machio,
Against the motion.
Mr. Mortimer,
I'm against the motion.
Mr. Sadi,
With the motion?
Mr. Zaharides,
I'm against the motion.
Chairman Quish.
I'm with the motion.
The motion fails.
So I would hear another motion. Do you want to try Mr. Sadi with 10,000
Thank you very much.
and up?
Again, this is going back to 430 North Street, Zone R18. I move to approve with the following conditions the petition of Christopher L'Oreal for a proposed change in the zoning regulation section 3.1.1.17. The proposed condition is the following language that comes from the applicant through council. In addition thereto, an accessory dwelling apartment may be allowed in a detached structure. So I'll be striking out garage again. Accessory to a single-family principal dwelling located in the following zones, R18, R30, or RA, where the minimum lot size is 18,000 square feet or greater, and number the last portion of that, only one accessory dwelling unit structure shall be allowed on any property under this regulation. So it's not taking and adding all residential, it's the proposed R18, R30, RA with the 18,000 feet minimum square.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would have preferred it to try at 10,000, but you made the motion, and we can discuss it further, or we can call the vote. No further discussion. If you would, please call the vote.
Mr. Alling?
With the motion.
Mr. Anderson?
With the motion.
Mr. Furmender?
With the motion.
Mr. Collegian?
I'm with the motion.
Mr. Maggio?
With the motion.
Mr. Mortimer?
I am with the motion.
Mr. Sadi?
With the motion.
Mr. Zaharides?
Against the motion.
Chairman Quish?
I am with the motion.
The motion passes.
You could have gone for the 10,000. Anyway, next order of business is closed by June 9th, 2026, vote by July 9th, 2026. That's today. Oh, no, not today. That's a couple days hence. 34 Buick Ave, Zone R, 12.5, petition of Kevin Crusading Esquire for a site plan review for a 53-unit multifamily 830G housing development on map 66, block 825, parcel 16, portion of which 34 Buick Ave LLC is the owner. Applicant has the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and staff. For the record, my name is Kevin Crusading. I'm representing 34 Buick Ave LLC, and with me this evening is Mr. Thornburg, who's a member of that LLC. Also with me, I'm not sure if I gave my address, 243 Broad Street here in Milford. Also with me this evening is the design team. I have Jeff Gordon from Codispoti and Associates to talk about the site plan. Bob Weway from Codispoti and Associates, the project engineer, to talk about the engineering. We have Steve Mitchell, the traffic expert, and we have Sam Gardner, the architect. So I'd like to take a moment, just hand out a package. It's all materials that you've already received. These are just things I'm going to highlight tonight. I'm going to try to keep it as direct and as efficient as possible. And while I'm doing that, I'll ask Mr. Thornburg to just say a few words about why he started this project and wanted to do this project, then we'll get into our presentation.
Acceptable.
Good evening, and thank you to the board and to everyone attending tonight for your time. My name is Dan Thornburg, and I'm a Milfordite through and through. I grew up here. I went to school here, I played sports here, and I hope to one day raise a family here. My father proudly wore a Milford Police badge for over 20 years, and my mother worked as a gardener at Glendale Farms Nursery for too many years to count. This city isn't a market to me, it's a home. And like a lot of people here, I feel the squeeze. I currently live in a 700 square foot apartment just outside of downtown Milford, and I pay over $3,000 a month. If I renew that lease, that rent will climb to above $3,100 a month. Even as a local developer, I feel how hard it's become to simply live in the city I love. I bought this Buick property over 3.5 years ago, and I've spent every day since working to get it right. I've worked with our fire and police departments, inland wetlands and sewer commissions, FEMA, various state agencies, All In for Milford, and the Bethel Center, whose director, Jen Paradis, has seen firsthand what these rising housing costs can do to real families. I hired top experts and found mentors who pushed me to build this for the community, not just for my pocket. And throughout, I've met with neighbors, listened to their concerns, and offered real solutions wherever I could. This isn't my first project. My last subdivision was on Plains Road, where instead of bulldozing the original farmhouse, We saved what we could and integrated it into the new building plan. That same instinct is what drew me to this site, because it came with something extraordinary. A nearly 250-year-old home that I've christened the Buick House. It has a massive beehive fireplace that was originally used to heat the entire home. It features original hand-hewn beams and colonial-era wide plank flooring. Our plan is to restore it to its original character while making it safe and livable for the next generation. We just celebrated America's 250th birthday just days ago. There's something fitting about preserving a home nearly as old as the country itself. And alongside that history, we designed for the future using LEED certified materials and best practices, so this building benefits the neighborhood and Milford as a community for decades to come. But here's what matters most. I grew up in Milford in several affordable apartments. The only reason I'm standing here today as a developer, a business owner, and a proud Milfordite is that my family could afford to stay here long enough for me to keep attending Milford Public Schools. That stability is what changed my life. With your help, I want to give the next generation of Milford kids that very same chance. I know some neighbors will raise concerns tonight about traffic, noise, and size, and I respect that, but I'd ask everyone to hold a bigger question. What do we want Milford to be 20 years from now? A city only a fortunate few can afford, or the same city that took a kid from an affordable apartment, kept him in its schools, and let him grow up to stand before you tonight trying to get back? The Buick House has watched over this land for nearly 250 years. Let's honor that history by building a future worthy of it. I'm asking you to help me open the door for 16 families and for the Milford we all still believe in. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So again, for the record, Kevin Crusade, and I handed out the applicant's hearing outline just to try to keep it focused. What I would like to do, I'll talk about a couple housekeeping things quickly, but I would like to, with every exhibit or thing that's here tonight, I want to focus on what's the point of that exhibit or what we're showing it to you for, or why is it here, the kind of the so what or why does it matter, so it ties back to that, and that's important for many different reasons, but it's also important for you as a board when you're assessing in your role what the scope of your authority is in this situation with an 8-30G application and what the focus should be. And the focus in this type of situation should be on life, health, safety issues. And we've presented a very strong, or will present, we've already put it in the record, a very strong application that shows that there are no life, health, and safety issues with the proposal. I would like to say as a housekeeping issue, I did include in this package a letter from the city attorney with respect to holding public hearings on site plan applications, and I'm putting it in the record to preserve it in case we need to talk about that in the future. And of course, the commission or the board can hold public hearings on site plan applications, but according to the city's memo, city attorney's memo from July 30th, 2020, the board is required to vote on that. And I was not here at the last meeting, but I looked at I watched the videotape. I didn't see a vote to hold this public hearing. So I'm just clarifying that for the record. 5 reasons this application should be approved. I've handed that out to you. Connecticut and Milford need housing. That's clear. That's regular. Connecticut has a housing crisis, an affordable housing crisis. There's a mandate from the state legislature where there's continuous bills that are proposed. Some are passed, some are not. Your commission just had a good discussion about increasing housing with ADUs. It's a real issue, and it's an issue that needs to be resolved. And the reason that the 8-30G statute, and I think it was 83 or 86, was put in place in the first place, a lot of people hear that and then it's, oh, well, you don't have to follow the zoning regulations. That's not really what it means. What it means is that the appeals process is flipped from what it usually is, where an applicant would have to prove, has the burden of proof on an application. In this case, the board, if it denies something, has the burden of proof. But built into that is a mechanism or a statutory framework that focuses, and the case law is developed over time, that focuses on life, health, safety issues. So it's not, the purpose is not to avoid the zoning regulations. The purpose is to allow for higher density while still making sure that life, health, safety issues are met. And we've met those in this case. So we've addressed the concerns about traffic. We have a traffic engineer, emergency access. I saw that fire marshal's here this evening. Roadway width, we've widened the road to 20 feet, or proposing to widen the road to 20 feet, which is the town or city ordinance, and that's what was required by the fire marshal. And before we even drew any of the plans, the project team met with Mr. Sudin to discuss that and confirm what would be an acceptable access, and he agreed that 20 feet would be acceptable. Buick Avenue is an existing street. We've also addressed the circulation, utilities, drainage. We've gotten sewer approval. We have inland wetlands approval. That was subject to a third-party review for the drainage. It was a Westport firm, I think it was Land Tech, that weighed in on that, and that application was approved. So I'll go back and forth a little bit on this. The administrative summary by Mr. Sulkus mentions that some of these are denied. Inland wetlands was actually approved. And I think there's a couple of other things that need to be corrected on the administrative summary, but I'll talk about that later. It's been a collaborative process, as Mr. Thornburg has said. We appreciate the time and effort of the city staff and all the reviewing agencies. Any concern that's raised, we've addressed them with the design professionals. We'll address more tonight, and I please ask you, because statutorily we're running out of time, if you have any questions or concerns, all of our professionals are here tonight. Please ask them before the hearing is closed. Every concern that's been raised during the review process was answered with objective professional evidence. It's a Milford project, as you've heard from Dan. The project improves Buick Avenue, or proposes to improve Buick Avenue, which you'll hear from Jeff Gordon, for many years there's been various approvals on 122 Cherry Street, and next door, I think Spinnaker owns it now. I think Spinnaker owns both lots now, actually, where there was multiple opportunities for the city to follow their own ordinances and require Buick to be widened and sidewalks to be put in. Those were never followed. I don't know why. I think it was even more recently in the past few years. And conditions of approval, this board's very familiar with that. Notably, the concerns raised in Mr. Sulkus's summary are actually prove our point. What he's raising is procedural issues, or issues that can easily be addressed with conditions of approval. And this board can approve with conditions of approval. If you're concerned about the width of the road and you think that for some reason we can't provide 20 feet wide, which is acceptable to the fire marshal, the board can make it a condition of approval that the road be 20 feet wide. If eventually down the road, no pun intended, we can't get that 20 feet wide for whatever reason, that's something that we have to work out. But those types of things are easily made conditions of approval. We're asking you to act on this, hear this application and act on this application according to the applicable standards under Connecticut law, and the decision must ultimately be based upon the evidence contained in the record, not speculation, generalized concerns, or issues that can be addressed through reasonable conditions of approval, like I just discussed. I already went over the administrative summary. Notably, staff is not recommending denial because of traffic or drainage or engineering or parking or coastal impacts or emergency access. They're all procedural things that can easily be addressed. I don't agree with all of them, but assuming that they're true, just for this comment, they can easily be addressed by conditions of approval. One of the conditions of approval, and I just got the updated administrative summary today, this afternoon around 3:30. I don't know if the board has received it or has had an opportunity to review it. It seems like the concern that the application is defective because we don't have a free split and we're showing a proposed lot line has been somewhat ameliorated. I'm not really sure. It was never an issue in the first place. This board approves projects based on future lot consolidations, subdivisions, lot line adjustments, free splits. So that was never really an issue. And if it is an issue, we were instructed by Mr. Sulkus that we could file it that way, and you have that information. I sent that to the board in a letter a month or so ago. It's part of the record, it's part of the package. There was a couple of different options given, and one of them was you can file the application, but it's going to have to be contingent upon a free split approval, which is fine. That's normal. So I was more than surprised when we were told that now it was a defective application. I think that's been addressed to a certain extent. Traffic and public safety, you're going to hear from Mr. Mitchell. And by the way, all of the experts, I've sent in their CVs or resumes, but they can also speak to their qualifications if you have any questions on it. It's understandably been a topic of discussion. I would like to point out that Sergeant Hemperly, the traffic sergeant for the Milford Police Department, whose job is to review these applications, recommended approval or no objection for this application. Steve Mitchell's going to be able to talk about his traffic report and also answer your questions. The study concludes that the project will generate only approximately 22 a.m. peak hour trips and 28 p.m. peak hour trips. The professional evidence that's going to be before the board demonstrates or will demonstrate that the proposed development can be safely accommodated. Again, Buick Avenue is an existing city street. It's a public right-of-way that can expect to be developed and improved. The applicant didn't create it. The applicant's asking to improve it. The plans widen the traveled way to a minimum paved width of 20 feet and improve circulation and access for emergency vehicles. I already talked about the fire department. I would like to say, with also respect to the sidewalks on the street or the proposal for sidewalks, there will be sidewalks in front of this project. Again, when we started this project a couple years ago, Mr. Thornburg and I reached out to the owners of the adjacent parcels asking if they would be interested in providing an easement for sidewalks on Buick Avenue on the approach to Cherry Street. And that went unanswered for quite some time. Dan ended up renting an apartment there, and then we finally got an answer. Tom Lynch was the attorney on that. We went back and forth. We provided plans, and then we never heard from them again. And Dan was willing to do that at his own cost and expense. The application presents the board with an opportunity to approve a well-designed, affordable housing development proposed by a local developer. The applicant has responded to every issue raised during the review process, and you have sufficient evidence and substantial evidence to find that the traffic impacts are acceptable, the emergency access is adequate, Buick Avenue can be improved and will be if this project is approved. Public safety is addressed, objective engineering supports approval, and the application satisfies 8-30G. The affordability plan has been filed, and it has the standard 8-30G formula calculation and language that would be deed restricted for 40 years, 30% of the units. I just want to make sure that there's no, I think I went over, we have a fire department site plan approval now as of today. We went back and forth on that a little bit, but that's been approved. As you know, Milford, I put in your package the affordable housing appeals list. Milford is under the 10% required. There was some question, I think, raised late today in the administrative summary I received about 3 or 3:30 about the right to make the improvements on the road. That would, respectfully, that's a decision for Department of Public Works, but it's a public right-of-way. Typically, you're required to make the improvements, so I don't know why that would be an issue. There's also a couple of very small easements given by Spinnaker or whoever the owner of that property is adjacent to the city of Milford for all highway purposes. And so the board understands, prior to filing the inland wetlands application, I had multiple conversations with the city attorney about this. We reviewed this, and since it's for highway purposes, my understanding is that we would be able to access that property and do that work. But again, respectfully to the board, that's not a reason to deny this project, whether that's an open issue or not. I'm sure that if the applicants, if the opponents or the neighbor's attorney is here this evening, they'll raise some other issues about that. But it brings it back to the focus of what the purpose of the review is and what the criteria are. So pending your questions, I'll be followed by Mr. Jeff Gordon from Codispoti and Associates to go over the site plan.
I'd like to see that first, and we can get questions to you at a later date. I just have one question. How many times did you postpone this, and why did you postpone this?
I don't know the exact number. It was a couple of hearings. One, my client was out of town. Another one, I think we were waiting on some information, but yeah.
That's your answer, okay.
Yeah, so I mean.
Question asked, answered?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Sulkus, my name is Jeffrey Gordon. I am a planner, landscape architect with Codispoti and Associates, doing business in the town of Orange. And I would just start to say that owing to a extensive history with development applications, approved development applications on Buick, having that background, one of the first things that we did when we were looking at this property was we reached out to the traffic officer, and we also reached out to the fire marshal before we did any design work, because we knew that questions about Buick Street were going to be really important for the access of this parcel. As we did that, we tried to make sure that we met with the ordinance that the fire marshal gave us that required a minimum pavement of 20 feet. We also looked at the height of the building and the travel ways that would need to be the travel aisles and the radiuses for fire apparatus to have access to the site. So we made sure that all of that was adhered to before we got deep into the design of the application. Now, just to go back a little bit here, in December 1995 and then again in October of 2004, our office got approvals for development at 128 Cherry Street, which had access on Cherry Street as well on Buick. In the approvals, we had a number of comments that came back from the Public Works Director and the engineer, the town engineer, and these required improvements to be made to Buick. And one of the things that was kind of interesting is both of the projects that were approved required us to eliminate access on Cherry Street due to the proximity to the Governor Street, Cherry Street intersection. So all access was going to basically come in off of Buick. Recommendations from John Casey was to pave 18-foot width. And there was another comment again by one of the previous police chiefs looking to see if we could get a wider width and sidewalks as well, and that was looking for the full length of Buick. Now, in one of the approvals, the Public Works Director, Mr. Kolwitz, required expanding the public right-of-way to facilitate road improvements, and this is under Section 2024. That gives him, the Public Works Director, the authority to require adjacent property owners to give access for that public use. Now, notwithstanding some of the other history, the abutting property next to us, 158 Cherry Street, was acquired along with the previously mentioned 128 Cherry Street by Smith Craft back in the early 2000s. And at the time, the Sewer Commission required you to have a certain amount of land area to get gallonage in order to do your development. So they acquired the 128 piece in order to have the gallonage to build the former Carter Mario building and apartments there. But at that time, he owned both sides of Buick and had well within his means the ability to do the road improvements with that project. Section 4.1.9 of your regulations, this regulation's been around a long time, about existing narrow streets. Now, the Buick Avenue right-of-way is 23 feet. It pinches down even to under 20 feet at times. But what's interesting on that is when you have a road like that, you're not supposed to just do a building setback. You're supposed to go to the center line of the road and measure back 25 feet, and that's where your starting point is for your building setback. So for some reason that we don't understand, the adjoining building at 158 is built about 15 feet into the front setback on Buick Street. I had reached out to the architect of that. They never got a variance on it, but for some reason, ever having a history of requiring road improvements, that parcel never was dealt with. And I know that that predated the current town engineer, it predated the current planner, but again, there was another opportunity when they went back in to amend their special permit to add the first floor residential, to again widen that area there and to allocate for sidewalks. And for some reason, again, that application of that regulation somehow was missed. Because it still would be beneficial to run a sidewalk there, and again, that was something that we've offered to do a number of times. So again, when we take a look at the project itself, we look at the site plan. The site plan has very, very appropriate features. We're proposing 53 residential units, 33 two-bedroom, 21 bedroom. We're providing 92 parking spaces with 4 accessible spaces. We have, I believe, 11 EV charging spaces. And again, that's really typical to have about 10% of your parking for chargers. In the northern portion of the site, at the end of the drive aisle, we have our dumpster enclosure. And then we also, I don't know if you received the lighting plan, David, the amended lighting plan?
Amended as of what date?
Well, amended to take out the 34 Buick, the old house there.
I'd have to check to see what was submitted.
Okay, I have a hard copy if we want to.
And if you have a hard copy, that's great, but we'd also like it electronically if it hasn't been sent to us.
Okay. All right, well, that was basically done because with cutting out that lot, there'd be light spillage onto that lot. So we had to adjust the lighting plan so that that 250-year-old house doesn't have spillage that exceeds the regulation there. Nope, that's the old one. Yep. For what it's worth, we did adjust some of the locations so as to not spill off the parcel onto what would now be an adjoining building lot. So again, we've also added a bike rack. We've our landscaping plan, if you would go to sheet SP5, David. We've incorporated, that's, okay, we're getting there. Okay. We've incorporated snow shelves around the perimeter, and we'll talk a bit about how snow melt is different on this type of development because of the type of paving that we're going to be utilizing. We've integrated 21 shade trees, 11 flowering trees, a dozen evergreen trees, and a whole bunch of native shrubs. As part of the wetlands approval, where we have that free split, in the upper left-hand corner, the southern portion of the site, we have a large area of wetlands mitigation that was required of us as well. So again, we look at the previous approvals, the benefit of improving Buick. We're going to meet the 20-foot requirement. When we did the project in 1995, that was approved. That was an apartment building with offices, and that was where I believe we gave up some of that easement for highway purposes. And then again, it was approved in 2004, again for another mixed-use development. So there is a history of improvements on Buick, and that's what we're planning on doing. We're going to meet the requirement of the fire ordinance that was approved in 2024. And I believe that's all I really have to offer here today.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's give our attention now to Mr. Weiwei.
Well, can I ask some questions, please?
I prefer you wait till we have the whole presentation.
Fair enough. I'll go back to Mr. Gordon later.
David, can we get the existing conditions? Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Robert Weiwei, and I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut and principal with Codispodian Associates, with our offices located at 263 Boston Post Road in Orange, Connecticut. We're here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Thornburg, and what I'd like to do is just walk the commission through the existing conditions for the site. The proposed site area consists of approximately 63,192 square feet, or about 1.45 acres of land. There are two existing barns on the property which are proposed to be removed as part of the overall project. The site is mostly grass and lawn area with some wooded areas along the easterly, westerly, and northerly perimeter of the property area. There's also an existing drainage right-of-way that comes down from Sunnyside Court and discharges onto our northern portion of the property. Right now, there's a pipe that terminates off of Sunnyside Court. That water basically free falls onto our property, and that will be proposed to be remedied as part of the proposed project. The topography is generally flat out there. For any of the commission members that may be familiar with the property or have walked it in the past, we have a low elevation of approximately elevation 18, which is located at the southwest corner of Buick Avenue, and the topography ranges to a maximum elevation of approximately elevation 30 up in the northwest corner of the property. So while it seems like there's a 12-foot change in grade, it gets steep towards that back corner, but probably 90% of the property is relatively flat through the remaining portions. Surface drainage flows are predominantly in a southeasterly direction and flow towards our easterly property line and terminate at Buick Avenue. There are no inland wetlands on the proposed parcel, and soils consist of hydrologic soil group B soils, which are well drained and very receptive to the stormwater management system which we are proposing for the site. There is a small southerly portion of the property which is subject to the 100-year flood elevation, and that is at about approximate elevation 18.5. The proposed building will be located outside of that 100-year floodplain zone, as we can see on the site plan map. Off of the existing conditions, we have approximately 80 lineal feet of frontage along Buick Avenue. The Buick Avenue right-of-way ranges from 37.4 feet at the southwesterly corner of our site to 19.3 feet at the southeast corner of the property to 23.4 feet near the intersection with Cherry Street. The existing pavement widths vary from 10.6 feet to a maximum of 18 feet, beginning at Cherry Street up to the culvert located along our southwest corner. Buick Avenue is presently designated for two-way traffic from Cherry Street to the existing parking pull-off on Governor's Avenue. Traffic from Governor's Avenue can go one way onto Buick Avenue coming down at the traffic light in that area. David, can we get SP2, please? Okay, as part of our design program, we've come up with a detailed grading and utility plan for the project, and the project will be served by all major utilities, including public water, public sewer, natural gas, electric, and CATV. There will also be a perimeter storm drain incorporated into the project to redirect the off-site stormwater flow from the Sunnyside Court area, and that will direct that flow around the western proposed portion of our development area through a dedicated easement and pipe system to the city of Milford, and that will ultimately discharge into the existing head wall located on Buick Avenue. Secondary swale will also be provided along the northerly and easterly portions of the site, terminating with a pipe connection to the Buick Avenue drainage system and ultimately discharge to the head wall. With regards to Buick Avenue, can we pull up SP4? So this is the plan and profile for Buick Avenue. So the Buick Avenue pavement presently ranges from 10.6 to 18 feet in width. And as part of our proposed plan, it will be widened to a uniform 20 feet beginning at Cherry Street up through our driveway entrance and then tapering down to the culvert crossing on Buick Avenue. The profile will be slightly reshaped to basically provide a uniform slope, which will eliminate the depressions which presently exist on the roadway system and leads to ponding and standing water within the roadway area. Sidewalks will be provided along the site's frontage from Buick Avenue, from the Buick Avenue culvert to the easterly property corner of the site. The pavement section, curbs, and sidewalks will all be constructed to City of Milford standards. Associated with Buick Avenue, there will also be 2 biofiltration basins along the southerly portion of Buick Avenue where the right-of-way width permits. Details for the biofiltration can be found on sheet SP10 of the drawings. There's also going to be stone infiltration trenches incorporated for the remaining westerly edge of the pavement along Buick Avenue, and those are also shown on sheet SP4 for the details for that. Now, with regards to staff comments, there was some illusion that that we're doing work for which we need adjacent owners' permission. And I could tell you that is far from the truth. All the work that we're doing is located within the existing right-of-way for Buick Avenue and/or the dedicated easement for highway purposes. We are not proposing to do any work outside of those areas onto private property. So all of our drainage work, all the roadway work will all be done within the existing right-of-way and easement areas which have been acquired. If we go back to SP2, David. Okay, so with the proposed building and parking areas for the project, the impervious surface areas will increase to approximately 49,000 square feet. Increases in stormwater runoff could be expected unless properly mitigated through a stormwater management plan. And for this particular project, we have developed that stormwater management plan, and it's been developed in accordance with the 2024 Stormwater Quality Manual that is published by Connecticut Deep. Now, within that manual, there are 5 standards for consideration with regards to stormwater management. Standard 1 deals with runoff volume and pollutant reduction. Standard 2 deals with stormwater runoff quantity control. Standard 3 deals with soil erosion and sediment control. Standard 4 deals with post-construction operation and maintenance. And Standard 5 deals with the stormwater management plan. So with regards to Standard 1, we basically look at the amount of stormwater that needs to be captured and retained on site. And this is referred to as the required retention volume, or RRV. And this is equivalent to the runoff associated with the first 1.3 inches of a rainfall event, which is also referred to as the water quality volume event. We're proposing one system for the stormwater management system, which will collect runoff from the proposed parking, sidewalk, and roof areas for the proposed development. Based on the calculations, a water quality volume of 4,796 cubic feet has been calculated for the proposed tributary area to it, which includes, again, the parking, sidewalks, and roof areas. Treatment will be provided via a permeable paver system for the proposed parking area. Now, given the elevation difference between the lower and upper portions of the finished grade, the parking area has been split into 6 cells to reduce the amount of reservoir stone that would otherwise be required if it was one large system. When we set these infiltration systems up, it's imperative that the bottoms of the system be set level into the grade. So if we were to try to do that for this particular site, starting down at Buick Avenue and then working up to the northwest corner, that would end up with a very deep system in terms of the reservoir stone. So what we do is break it down into smaller cells. The cells in this particular case are based on a 50-foot width. So each cell would have the opportunity to fill up with stormwater runoff, and then overflow from each of the cells would trickle down in a waterfall type fashion, moving from cell to cell. And details for the permeable pavement system can be found on sheet SP8 of the drawings. Now, with the permeable pavement, we have provided a total of approximately 15,200 cubic feet of storage, where only 4,800 cubic feet is required to meet the water quality volume standards. So what that extra volume allows us to do is to provide additional detention, which will help to mitigate increases in peak rates of runoff, which we'll get into and is covered more in Standard 2. The other element of the stormwater management system is that the entire roof area will be distributed into cell numbers 3, 4, and 5 via roof drains into the upper portions of each cell to maximize the contact area and the travel distance to reach the lower portion of the cells. So by proportioning it, we're instead of taking the entire roof area and dumping it into one cell, we're distributing over many cells to help provide equal distribution, detention, and retention within those areas. We've conducted extensive soil and infiltration testing of the soils in the vicinity of the reservoir beds, and the results of those tests indicate favorable conditions for infiltration, with rates ranging from 0.4 to 39 inches per hour at the bottom of the reservoir bed. For the purpose of the calculations, a conservative infiltration rate of 0.25 inches per hour was used in the calculations, which provides for a safety factor greater than 2 is recommended in the water quality manual. Groundwater.
Excuse me, the city engineer has approved this system.
Yeah, I'll get into that. So, yeah.
I'm just not sure that we need all the details of.
Well, I think it's. I want to document the record because I don't believe the stormwater drainage report, which is like 335 pages, has been uploaded to the city site. I know we delivered hard copies as part of the application submission, but it hasn't been confirmed that this is in the record, and I think it's important for the applicant to get this, to make sure that this information.
And why isn't it in the record already before this?
Excuse me?
Yeah, Kevin, if you would, please. Why, if it's important for this electronic to be in the record, why is it not in the record at this point?
I would ask David, because we sent it to him on, I think, June 16th, a Dropbox link. I also dropped off a flash drive today because I noticed it wasn't uploaded, and we also dropped off a hard copy on or around June 16th. So I confirmed with Ms. Meehan that it's in the record.
So if it's in the record, then these details are not we're not engineers here, so at the level of detail here is, I think, a redundancy that is just wasting 100 people's time. So,
well, I don't think that our application and all the work, 2 years of work.
No, and I'm just saying that this is a level of engineering that is not necessarily germane to what our job is to oversee this. My opinion is just what I just stated. It's not an argument, it's not a discussion. I'm just expressing my opinion.
Okay, so now I'll express my opinion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my opinion is that since it's not uploaded onto the website, somebody in the public has not had an opportunity to see it if they wanted to see it, even if it was the 6-page executive summary. So I understand your points. I'm not trying to argue with you, but we need to make sure that the record's protected, that the information's in there.
But you did deliver a thumb drive, so it is in the city's purview at this time. Is that correct?
And Bob sent a Dropbox link last month.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know why it's not uploaded.
And Mr. Chair, the city engineer has based his review on that report. The city engineer also has that report. Our records are open to the public. Being in the record isn't determined by whether or not it's put up on the website. It's by what was submitted to the office, and those records are available.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I'll try to keep the comments a little bit shorter and non-technical. So basically, we did all of the apropos soil testing to demonstrate that the infiltration system will function in accordance with the 2024 Stormwater Quality Manual. In conjunction with that, the system, because we have that extra depth in the reservoir bases, the system is also capable of providing for reductions in peak rates and volumes of runoff from the site. We've provided for in excess of a 50% reduction in peak rates of runoff for the 2 through 25-year storm, as well as the volumes of runoff that come off of those areas. The S&E plan, I think, will speak for itself. That's standard 3. The soil erosion sediment control plan has been developed. It's included on sheet SP3 with details to support the erosion control plan on SP7. Standard number 4 deals with the post-construction operation and maintenance. We have developed a operation and maintenance plan that has been developed for the project. Detail inspection, maintenance tax schedules, and responsible parties have all been identified in that manual, and that was thoroughly reviewed by your city engineer as well as the third-party reviewer for the wetlands agency. So that was all developed and vetted out through that process. And the fifth element, which is the stormwater management plan, is basically the application material that's been presented here tonight or been presented as part of the application process in both the plans, the detailed drainage report, as well as the operation and maintenance plan and the S&E. So those elements all comprise the stormwater management plan for that area. So what I'd like to do is just basically, I don't have the full 334, but this is the 6-page summary of the drainage report, so I'd just like to submit this and make sure it does get put into the record. All right. So we've also received and reviewed comments from your city engineer that were dated June 16th of 26. In his review comments, he provides 12 recommendations in his review. Now, contrary to the staff review comments, we have provided a response to these 12 recommendations in our July 2nd, 26 response letter, which I believe was emailed to you, Mr. Chair, through Mr. Sulkus. And in light of Mr. Sulkus's comments that no response has been received, I would like to go through that letter, just to make sure again that this is all covered and documented within the record for the file. So within the scope of the comments, the first item dealt with the asking the applicant to clarify whether or not the intent is to divide the property into two independent parcels by either free cut or subdivision, as appears to have been implied. So again, our response back to that is that it's our intent to divide the property into two properties or two parcels via this free split, which a copy is attached, and I'll get that entered into the record also. Second comment deals with, regardless of the response to recommendation A, applicant is advised that there are certain elements depicted in the southerly end of the property which appear to have been included as conditions of the inland wetlands approval. If the subject property is to be divided, it may be necessary to provide easements or similar instruments to ensure their continuing existence and utility. So we have included temporary grading rights as depicted on our particular drawings, and those have been retained over the existing house parcel to effect a grading plan. Additional easements and language will be included on that free split map prior to filing on the land records to ensure that all of the approval conditions of the inland wetlands, and that mostly pertains to plantings that were to take place on the existing house parcel. His third point deals with the FEMA flood zone, and he makes reference to pre-existing residences to be reviewed with respect to submittal improvements to determine status with respect to the BFE and DFE. It is to be noted that the pre-existing residence is located in part within the AE zone. Therefore, should improvements the same exceed the threshold for significant damage or significant improvement, the structure will need to be made compliant with FEMA and NFIP and the Milford zoning regulations. So basically, the applications before you makes that point moot because the existing house parcel is not part of our application. That's before the commission tonight. However, our response back to that is that a letter of map amendment was granted by FEMA on September 8th of 2025, which again, I'll provide a copy for the record. The FEMA revisions are reflected in the free split map, and on that map, it shows that the existing residence is located outside of the AE zone, making the above comments with regards to improvements moot. It's also important to note that the proposed building for the subject application before you tonight is located outside of the AE zone and is now located in a zone X, and that the zone X dot 2.2% has been removed from the FEMA designation. His fourth point, Mr. Weiwei had previously that the elevations of the independent paver cells have been provided on sheet SP8, while this tabular information is referenced on the grading plan and utility plan. It is recommended that said information be added directly to sheet SP2. We agree with that. We take no issues to that, and that can certainly be added as a condition of approval if the commission so chooses. His fifth point, cross-section of the paver cells is to be provided. Mr. Weiwei has previously stated that a cross-section cut through the approximate locations of DT 1, 2, 5, 7 have been added to the supplemental materials to include that information requested. However, that information has not been provided for my review. Details have been provided, but a cross-section through the entire system showing elevations and soil horizon has not been provided. We've provided this no less than 3 times to him, and a cross-section was prepared in the supplemental material, which is labeled as Exhibit 1. It was emailed to him back in September 29th of 2025. Again, I'm going to give the commission a copy for submission into the record. Item F, plans are to be revised to construct Buick Avenue to City of Milford standards, width and pavement thickness as described here and above. If strict compliance with said standards cannot be achieved, the applicant is to demonstrate that the deviations are satisfactory without imposing unacceptable burdens or risk. Mr. Weiwei has made several arguments which do not appear to fully address the concerns addressed in the July 15th, 25 review. Mr. Weiwei previously cited that the 2020 site plan and special permit approvals for 120 and 158 Cherry Street. The relevance is unclear as neither of those properties utilize Buick Avenue for site access. Further, Mr. Weiwei cites the Milford Code of Ordinances to notice certain actions where the Director of Public Works may do. It does not appear that the Director is obligated to exercise those rights. It would appear that it would be the applicant's obligation to provide appropriate site access. In the citation of the Milford Code of Ordinances, it would appear Mr. Weiwei also indicated by reference a course for consideration of developing Buick Avenue that does not meet the current standards. So our response back to that comment is that the Public Works Director has the authority to widen Buick Avenue right away to city standards. The relevance of the 2020 site plans and special permit approvals for 120 and 158 Cherry Street is that the city at the very least had the opportunity to require the dedication of property for increasing the right-of-way width up to the 50-foot standard as part of both of those applications. The fact that 158 Cherry Street may not have utilized Buick Avenue in their design is immaterial. The city typically requires such improvements for all streets abutting properties seeking site plan and/or special permit approvals, and usually has the foresight to envision future development along those streets. This is especially relevant in this particular case, given the size of the undeveloped parcel on Buick Avenue, of which the city would have been aware in 2020 at the time of that application. The City of Milford's failure to follow their customary practice and require widening in a snow shelf area and et cetera for one application in 2020 is not a reason for a negative review of the project for another applicant. Even if the roadway improvements were not implemented as part of the site plan and special permits, it would have afforded future improvements by the city and any other property owners on Buick Avenue. Lack of requiring this increase in right-of-way at that appropriate time resulted in the present situation where you are being asked for improvements of Buick Avenue to city standards for which the applicant has no ability to provide. Should the Public Works Director choose to exercise his right under City of Milford Ordinance 20-24 to provide for expanded right-of-way, then the applicant would have the ability to provide a roadway that is in full compliance with city standards. It should be noted that during the regulatory process on the 122-124 Cherry Street proposal in 2004, the previous city engineer requested road improvements along Buick Avenue. This was even though the project had access to Cherry Street. When the owners of 158 Cherry Street acquired those parcels, there was ample opportunity to comply with the narrow street regulations and improve all of Buick Avenue. Item G, the applicant is to demonstrate how potential flooding of portions of Buick Avenue as described here and above does not impose unacceptable burdens or risk. Mr. Weiwei's previous response did not appear to directly address the concerns expressed in the July 15, 2025 review. The 10-year flooding depths on Buick Avenue range from 0.3 feet at our driveway entrance to 1 foot near the Cherry Street culvert. Likewise, for the 100-year flood event, the depths range from 1.0 feet at our driveway to 1.6 feet, respectively, at the culvert crossing at Buick Avenue. The Fire Marshal has acknowledged that for other projects and similar projects, that a flooding depth of 2 feet or less is acceptable for emergency access. Therefore, there is minimal burden on the City of Milford. FEMA also classifies this as a low hazard flooding area on roadways when the flood depth is less than 2 feet with a velocity of less than 2 feet per second. And no buildings or critical infrastructure are impacted, which is the case for this particular project. Under these conditions, the flooding is not expected to pose significant risk to life safety and therefore is a minimal risk. Item H, the applicant is to demonstrate that snow can be removed from Buick Avenue utilizing only routine procedures. In shifting the responsibility to the Milford Public Works Department, Mr. Weiwei's response does not appear to address all of my concerns with respect to this item. It is to be noted that while Mr. Weiwei's response does not appear to address all of my concerns with respect to this item, while the DPW does presently perform snow removal due to the limited width, there are snow shelves which can be received plowed snow. In increasing the pavement width to the full width of the right-of-way, there will be no areas capable of receiving plowed snow. Our response to that comment, aside from the fact that there is no evidence on the record of past snowplow procedures, amount of snow plowed on Buick Avenue or location where plowed snow is historically moved to or deposited, we stand by our original comment that snow removal is the responsibility of the city of Milford and not the applicant. On the north side of Buick Avenue, the proposed curb line in front of 158 Cherry Street will essentially remain the same with no existing snow shelf area. We are unaware of any issues caused by this at present time. There is also snow shelf area available adjacent to the proposed biofiltration areas located further up on Buick Avenue. The applicant's attorney with the project team met with the city attorney and director of public works jointly on one occasion, as well as had several conversations with them, each separately, to discuss snow removal and maintenance responsibilities for Buick Avenue. The applicant at that time was willing to assume the responsibility for snow removal on Buick Avenue basically relieve the city. However, your city attorney noted that the applicant or any other private party is not allowed to assume the responsibility for Buick Avenue from the city of Milford. So again, our hands are tied with regards to what we can and can't do to make that situation fully comply with the city standards. So it is the city's legal obligation to main and plow Buick Avenue. Respectively, therefore, the question of how the snow will be removed from the city street is one for the Public Works. Should the Public Works Director choose to exercise his right under the City of Milford Ordinance 20-24 to provide for an expanded right-of-way, then snow shelves could be implemented to address Mr. Podolsky's concerns with respect to the application. Item I, it is recommended that additional traffic protection measures beyond the proposed interrupted curve between Buick Avenue and property known as 122 Cherry Street be investigated. Our response back is that I am unaware of any regulation or requirement for traffic protection on a residential road of this size and traffic volume. To the extent that it can, the provided 6-inch curb will keep vehicles within the roadway and off the 122 Cherry Street property. A barrier system cannot be installed due to the limited distance from the curbing to the street line from station 0+0 to 0+75 on Buick Avenue. Beyond station 0+75, there is adequate distance to the easement and property line for traffic protection. Item J, additional information is to be provided regarding the discharge head wall described in items 52 and 53. Information is to include at a minimum construction phase and permanent protection measures and rights necessary to perform the work. Submission of this information may be deferred to be provided for review and approval prior to the commencement of site disturbance. Our response back is we agree to that, and we did add a note to sheet SP4 to that effect that that information was provided at the appropriate time. Item K, plans are to be revised to indicate soil erosion sediment control measures around the wetlands mitigation and planting area. Our response is we agree to that, and this can certainly be made a condition of approval. His last item is item L. The plant list shown on sheet SP5 is to be reviewed for footnotes corrected as may be necessary. And again, we agree with this, and that can certainly be something that gets submitted as a condition of approval by the commission. So what I'd like to do is basically take this package and enter this into the record. So this also includes a copy of a stamped and sealed free cut map, which highlights the areas that we've discussed, as well as Exhibit 1, which provides Mr. Podolsky with the cross-section area that he doesn't seem to be able to locate. And the last item that I have is with regards to the fire marshal. We reviewed his May 27, 26 comments provided by the deputy fire marshal. 5 items were identified in that review comment, 3 of which pertain to detailed shop drawings and submittals, which are typically required at the time of building permit submission and not typically provided as part of the Zoning Commission site plan approval process. The two remaining comments deal with the locations of fire department connections as well as hydrants. We have provided a red line markup of sheet SP2 showing locations of the fire department connections, one private hydrant as well as one public hydrant to be situated on Buick Avenue. Flow tests were conducted by the regional water authority on the two water main lines located on Cherry Street. One on the south side of Cherry Street, one on the north. The fire line is located on the south side, has a fire flow capacity of 2,590 gallons per minute at a 20 psi residual pressure. The important item with respect to this is that that meets the minimum fire department requirements of 2,000 gallons per minute. The final design of the water mains will be coordinated with the regional water authority as part of the building permit submission. Likewise, the final design of the fire suppression system will also be submitted as part of that building permit submission. It is at this time that it will be determined if a fire pump, if any, would be needed as part of the final design and to meet any standards, any additional standards that may be imposed by the fire marshal. Based upon our submitted application materials along with our responses to your city engineer and deputy fire marshal, it is my professional opinion that the public health, safety, and welfare will not be negatively impacted as a result of this project. So I do have our response comments back to the fire marshal, and embedded in that is a red line of sheet SP2 that I'd also like to make part of the record. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to our traffic engineer, and we'll give you the details on that.
Thank you.
Good evening. Just give me half a second, please. Well, that's a tough act to follow, but I will try, and I will try to be as brief as I can, and I'm going to try to stay away from minutia, but I'm going to hit the important points of the traffic report. So, Mr. Chairman, good evening. My name is Steve Mitchell. I am a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut. I have been a consulting transportation professional and engineer for a little over 49 years. And I've done many reports like this, and I'd like to go through the highlights of the report now.
Great. If you would just give your address for the record as well.
Oh, certainly. It's Mitchell Traffic Engineering, 7 East Forest Drive in Enfield, Connecticut. First, I'd like to just touch on the purpose of a traffic impact statement, which is what I've done. Okay, and the purpose of this is to measure the impact of a proposed development on the roadway system. It is not per se to analyze how well the roadway system works, but what the impact of this development is on how well it works. So things may not be perfect out there. They may be very good. But what we're focusing on is what happens to it as a result of this development. So to do that, we do a couple of things. First, we count the actual traffic on the road, which we have done, and those counts were taken and compared to Connecticut Department of Transportation existing counts that are taken every 3 to 5 years in the area. And we found that since 2013, there has been very little growth on the major roadways in the vicinity of this site. And it actually, prior to 2013, they had decreased a little bit. But they've been very, very static. They've been very, very steady. And our counts reflected those same numbers, so we're very comfortable that our counts do represent what is really on the roadway today. Now, this is a 53-unit multifamily development in a single five-story building. So the next thing that we have to look at is what kind of traffic do we expect it to generate? Well, how much traffic is going to come from this development? And when we do that, we focus on what we call the peak hours. The typical peak hours are the commuter morning peak and the commuter afternoon peak that occur on Monday through Friday. There also can be a Saturday midday peak hour in heavy shopping areas, and if we're doing a shopping type of development, we would look at that Saturday as well. But for a residential development, it peaks during that morning and afternoon commute, and the ambient traffic on the roadway peaks during that morning and afternoon commute. So that's what we focus on. Certainly, development will generate traffic 24 hours a day, and there's 24 hours a day of traffic on the highways, on the roadways. But it doesn't really matter what happens at 4 o'clock in the morning or at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What happens at the peaks, the highest volumes, that's what will determine how well things operate or don't. And that's what we focus on. So how do we generate traffic? Well, there's a group of traffic engineers called the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They've been around since the 1930s, actually. And for the last 50 years or so, they have been compiling actual traffic counts of different types of developments. So they have done traffic counts, and they have received traffic counts from other consultants. So when I do a count of a development and I can say, aha, this is how much it will generate, I send that into ITE, and they add it to their database. Their database today has thousands and thousands of traffic studies incorporated in it for just about every type of use that you could think of. But they have quite a lot of traffic counts, traffic data on residential developments. So much so that they break it down into categories. They have a category for single-family houses. They have several categories for multifamily developments. They have duplexes. They have all different types of residential developments, and large and small, all in this database. Now, when I talk about a residential development, I think most of the folks in this room live in single-family houses, and that's the way we think of traffic in a residential house. We think of it as how we do it ourselves. But single-family houses are actually the highest generator of traffic of all of the different types of residential developments. Why? Well, they're the largest units. Okay, most single-family houses are 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 square feet. Some are 4,000 and 5,000 square feet. They have multiple bedrooms. They have multiple bathrooms. They're expected to have families, sometimes very large families, living within that house, within that single unit. And therefore, they tend to generate a lot of traffic. Even so, not every single-family house generates a lot of traffic. I'll take my own house, for example. My wife and I are now empty nesters. Our children have grown up and moved out. We live there alone. I work from home. My wife is no longer working. So we don't add any traffic to the peak hours. We do generate traffic throughout the day. Okay? But for reference, I will tell you that on average, a single-family house generates about 10 trips in the course of a day. And a trip is a vehicle either entering or leaving the house. So if you go down to the grocery store and then come back, you made 2 trips. Okay? And in the morning peak hour, most single-family houses generate slightly less than one trip. In the afternoon, they generate about one trip per house. Okay? And again, some aren't generating that many, some are generating more, but when you average it out, that's what a single-family house looks like. But that is not what this development is. This development is not single-family houses, it's a multiple-family development. And if we look at multiple-family developments, are you able to find that first one? No.
I plugged it in and it knocked the system out, so I just was able to get the system back online. I'm not plugging it in again.
Oh. Okay, sorry, it's just a PDF file. So.
I know, but for whatever reason.
Okay, do you have the traffic report there? I can
Yeah.
dig through it.
Yeah, let me get everything back up online and then I can pull it up.
Okay, fine. I'll talk in the meantime, but we'll come back to the picture of it. Multifamily houses, multifamily dwelling units are generally much smaller, right? They're only a few hundred square feet, maybe 1,000 for a large unit, okay? They don't tend to have as many families with a lot of kids in it. They don't have as many kids that might be driving. They're generally speaking, young families just starting out, couples just married, single people just out of college, and empty nesters. So they generate less traffic. And again, this isn't something that I'm supposing, this is actual traffic counts that ITE has collected. So they have this data that they can use.
I have your report online, so
okay,
just tell me where to go.
So this is the trip generation table. I didn't mean to break that off either. This is the trip generation table that is in the report. And what you can see here are two of the ITE types of multifamily housing that they have collected data for. The first row is mid-rise multifamily houses, and mid-rise is defined as 3 to 9 stories tall. Okay? And this, as a 5-story building, would be a mid-rise development. Second are low-rise, which are from 1 to 3 stories tall. And you'll notice that for this report, even though this is a mid-rise development, I chose the low-rise numbers, and I did that for two reasons. The low-rise numbers were based on about 50 studies, where the mid-rise was only based on about 20. So it's a broader database, and therefore should be statistically more accurate. But secondly, you'll notice that the low-rise are all slightly higher. So it's a more conservative way of looking at it. So if I was sitting on a courtroom stand and someone said, what do I believe the generation would be? It would be that top line, the lower numbers. But for this report, in order to be conservative, I have given it the benefit of the doubt and gone with the slightly higher numbers that is in ITE, that is documented. The next thing is that we have to take the traffic that we generated and put it onto the roadway system. And there's not really a lot of magic to that. We look at the ambient traffic, the patterns of ambient traffic, how much traffic is coming and going in the various different directions, and we assign the traffic from this site onto the roadway system in the same pattern. There are times we don't do that if there's something specific that we know the pattern is skewed. So if, for instance, there was a big factory right down the block and everyone was heading to that, we may not do it exactly according to ambient traffic. But in this case, there isn't anything to call that out, so we followed the ambient traffic. Now, there's something I want to point out, and the reason I'm pointing this out is because I am aware of the fact that at the Traffic Police Commission meeting the other night, a large number of folks showed up and spoke, many of whom, in fact, I think all of whom, were from Governor's Avenue. And they were speaking about the amount of impact on Governor's Avenue. So I want to point out that the generated traffic from this site is as follows. No exiting traffic from this site will use Governor's Avenue. It's one way
in the wrong direction. They have to use some other road to go if they're heading in that northwest direction. They can't go on Governor's Avenue. And of the entering traffic, it's a very small percentage that will be using Governor's Avenue to get to the site. There'll be some. It's probably around 20% or something like that. But that amounts to 4 vehicles in the afternoon peak hour. It's not a lot of traffic on Governor's. Most of the traffic is on Cherry and going around in other directions. But Governor's, simply because it's one way, it doesn't gather that much traffic. Now, the capacity analysis that we do is a standardized capacity analysis. It's used by traffic engineers all over the United States. It was originally published by the American Academy of Arts, Sciences, and Engineering, and it has been used for many, many years. I believe it's in its 11th edition now, since it was originally published in 1965. Again, with what we are trying to do, which is we are trying to look at the impact of our traffic on the operations in the area, we try to look at each intersection, we try to look at each roadway in a way that neutralizes problems that are caused by bad signal timing or bad detection or things like that. When we did that, what we do is we calculate 3 things. We calculate the delay of traffic going through the intersection. We calculate what we call the level of service, which is based on delay, and it's kind of a report card rating. It goes from A to F. And we calculate the queue that is likely to be at the intersection or in a lane at the intersection. And we do this for the traffic that's on the road before the development, then we add the development traffic to it, and we do it again to see what the impact was before and after if this development is approved and if this traffic ends up on the roads. As you can see, and it's a bunch of numbers, but if you go number by number by number, there are no changes to any of the levels of service from before to after at either the Buick Avenue Cherry Street intersection or at Governor's and Cherry. Those are both unchanged by the addition of the small numbers of vehicles that are being generated. In addition, what's important here is that if you're coming out of Buick onto Cherry Street at the stop sign, we're calculating a level of service C, which is a pretty good level of service for a stop sign control intersection. Now, Cherry Street has a lot of traffic on it, but it's not an overwhelming amount of traffic. It's a reasonable amount, and the signal at Governor's does also break up the traffic flows. So if you sit there for a couple of minutes and watch, you can see that there are gaps created by the signal which will allow cars to exit out of Buick onto Cherry Street. And between those 2 situations, we think the operations there are going to be just adequate, perfectly adequate for this small number of vehicles that is being generated. Now, following the completion of the report, which was submitted, and again, because we are aware of folks that had come to the police commission and talked about safety concerns, and again, focusing the safety concerns, a lot of it on Governor's Avenue, we went back and did an actual detailed crash study, and that was submitted as a supplemental report. What does the crash study show? Do you have that in yours? There was a table in the crash study as well?
I don't see a crash study submitted.
Yep.
Kevin Crusaden. It was emailed to you a few days ago and to your office.
Okay.
Well, I can speak to the numbers. I'll just tell you what we found. We went back and a standard crash study is done over a 3-year period. We look at how many crashes occurred in the most recent 3 years at the piece of roadway. On Cherry Street, we broke it into what happens east of Governor's Avenue and what happens west of Governor's Avenue. East of Governor's Avenue in 3 years, there were a total of 18 crashes. West of Governor's Avenue, there were a total of 16 crashes. None of those had, there were no fatalities. There were a very, very small number, I think 2 serious injuries, and many of them were just property damage only. Quite a few of those were rear-end collisions. And we think that they largely result from the large number of driveways along Cherry Street. There's just a lot of driveways, so you have people, stopping to turn into the driveways, pulling out of the driveways maybe when there wasn't as much of a gap, things like that. But nonetheless, given that Cherry Street carries about 12,400 vehicles per day, the accident rates or the crash rates that we saw were not very significant. They were not that high. They were a little over 1 crash per million vehicles traveled, which is not a particularly high number. The additional traffic from this site is so small that it would only create an additional crash on the road between 1 in 11 years and 1 in 27 years. There's just not a lot of additional traffic from this site. Gulf Street actually had a higher crash rate, had 26 crashes in 3 years, with an average daily traffic of only 8,800. So that is a fairly high crash rate of 2.70. And I'm not sure many of these were single car vehicles hitting fixed objects. So I'm not sure precisely what's the problem there. I mean, there's nothing really that stands out as looking like a problem, but people somehow are getting off the road. And on Governor's Avenue, where again there was some residents' concern about the number of crashes there, in 3 years there were 3 crashes, average of 1 a year. Very low crash rate, just slightly over a half a crash per million vehicles. So the summary, very, very brief summary, is that given the crash history in the area, given the volumes of traffic in the area, and most importantly, the fact that this development is expected to generate in the morning peak hour, the highest traffic hour in the morning, it is generating about 1 new vehicle every 3 minutes. In the afternoon peak hour, it's generating about 1 new vehicle every 2 minutes. If you stood on the corner and watched the traffic now and after this is built, you couldn't tell the difference. So it is our opinion, as we stated, and as we continue to state, that there is no evidence of any life, health, or safety issues demonstrated from this development. I'll be here, of course, later on for any questions, but I believe now I am turning it over to Sam Gardner.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sam Gardner, architect based in New Haven at 151 East Street. And I sort of want to change the vibe of the presentation a little bit and liven it up. And I really want to talk about values. And the values that I want to talk about are really what Dan Thornburg presented with his opening comments. When we met to design this building, we really talked about those values, what a building that Dan was going to be proud of putting up in Milford and reflects his experience growing up here and the type of building he would want to see put up. So it incorporated a lot of design features that I would call, I like to typify as a friendly 830G. And what do I mean by that? A building that is not a podium structure, something that's a block. We tried to introduce architectural styles that are, you would call Connecticut shoreline, use of materials, stone, siding, big windows. One of the features was deciding to make the building look like a 4-story building rather than a 5-story building by using the roof as a story, but introducing dormers so that the building appeared shorter. It fit nicely into the site. That was really driven by the site design. But another key feature was that Dan was really interested in not your typical 830G where you're trying to generate as many units as possible. He was really interested in 2-bedroom units that could serve families and couples who were starting to have children, a broader range of people who could access this type of housing. Over 60% of our units are 2-bedroom. There's only 1 studio in the entire design. In terms of amenities for the people who live there, we tried to, in addition to nice, big, bright, open windows, the apartments are actually quite generous. The 2-bedroom is over 900 square feet. Every unit gets a balcony. On the 5th level, up at the top, we generated an amenities room that could be used by the tenants. We also gave them an outside deck up there. So we really tried very hard to design a building that is not your typical 830G, that was really geared towards amenities and a lifestyle for the tenants that would be generous and appropriate. And that's pretty much my presentation. If you have any other questions about the architecture, I'm happy to answer.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation, but please ask questions or express your concerns while we're all here. Thank you.
Would you like to wait for the public, or you want to ask your questions now if you have them? Go ahead.
Sure. Can we get Mr. Gordon up there, please?
Yes,
Good evening, Mr. Gordon. You've been before us many times, and thank you for appearing here tonight. Listen to your background. Let's focus on the plans that were submitted that are part of the record. we start off with the first three, which I would suggest would be a site plan, an A2 survey, before we get down to all the other design of the building, which Mr. Gardner just talked about. Is that fair?
Okay?
And again, were you one of the ones that signed the first document page, which was May 1st of this year?
Which
Somebody's
map?
got signed for Codispoti and Associates. I just want to know if it was you or somebody else in the firm.
What, an application, a drawing?
Well, no, this is your first drawing. It would be a survey, it looks like, but
Well, the
it's...
survey would be Joseph Codispoti would sign that.
I'm sorry?
The survey would be Joseph M. Codispoti would sign
Okay.
that.
And then if we, Mr. Sulkis, we go back to the first page, please. First part of that page indicates that Codispoti and Associates filed a document for 0 Buick Avenue, correct?
Okay?
Well, you agree, that's 0 Buick Avenue, right?
0 Buick Avenue or 34 Buick Avenue?
No,
That's-
not or. 0 Buick Avenue, that's what you filed as your document for this project, correct?
I called out the map block and parcel portion of. That's what we did. That's what we called out.
Did you call it 0 Buick Avenue?
Well, that's what it says on there,
Why is it called 0 Buick Avenue?
because the second portion, which was being divided off, did not have address given to it yet. And that's typical. What we do is if there's no address assigned to a parcel, it's given 0. You'll look in the town assessor's records, you'll see a lot of parcels with a 0 number on it.
So if we go to the town assessor's, city assessor's office, you're going to find 0 Buick Avenue as this map, list, all the plot and all that?
This is going to
No, I want Mr. Crusade, I'm not asking you questions now, I want to talk to Mr.
But I'm the attorney for it. It's a legal.
That's fine.
It's a legal related
I
question.
have a question for him.
So
Not for
let
you.
me
Your
just
question will come later.
Hold on,
answer
hold on,
your
hold on.
question.
Let's get this a handle on this right away. The question is to the gentleman. Let him answer it. You will have a chance to put your opinion in at a different time. This member Sadi is asking a specific question to a specific person. That's who will answer it. You can weigh in later. That's it. You will not speak to this issue at this point.
So 0 Buick Avenue is proposed.
Hold on.
Is proposed.
Hold on.
It's the proposed
Hold
lot.
on, please. A question was asked. You will be able to weigh in on it later. Right now, question asked should be answered by the person who was asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. The document you originally filed said 0 Buick Avenue. We've seen that, and it's now up on the screen to your right, correct?
That's correct.
And did you file any documents before the Inland Wetlands Agency?
Yes, we did.
And did you list the property that was part of the action for the Inland Wetlands Agency? Was it 0 Buick Avenue?
I don't recall that, but I do know that the assessor's map block and parcel was addressed the same on each application. And that you have to, you don't have a division of land until you have your wetlands approval. So sometimes this is the cart before the horse here, and a free split comes into a whole different category. So it is a bit unique, not something that you see every day here.
And additionally, you referred to the property at issue here. You said it was approximately 63,000 square feet. On document 2, Codispoti Associates indicated it was 0 Buick Avenue, and it was 63,000 plus square feet, right in the middle of it, correct? And 2 barns had to be removed.
And that also was the developable area we were talking about.
Okay. I have no questions at this point of Mr. Gorby. I have some questions for Mr. Crusade, if I might. Thank you, Attorney Crusade. If you might step up, please. The chair asked you the question, but can you tell us why you waited until almost 8:15 to provide us with a substantial amount of documents that you had in your possession, I assume for all day, why we didn't get it in the meeting?
These documents that I provided you were already in the record. And it just has a 6-page outline for what I went over tonight.
Okay.
These are not new documents. So
What
what's
was
the
the date
what
of-
is the concern about that?
Because a lot of material was given to us tonight, and you know that it has to close tonight. You know that, right?
The statutory timeline expires 2 days from now, correct?
And if it expires, you have the complete approval of these by statute, correct?
I didn't hear that question.
You have approval. If we don't take action tonight, you get approval.
That's a automatic site plan statutory
Right.
approval, correct?
So when did you file your 830G application?
I want to say May 1st.
Fair enough?
Yeah. I think
The
May
materials-
1st, and it was accepted May 5th.
Thank you. The materials you submitted to us tonight, I started looking through them. Appears that there was a discussion of a date of April 12th, that you were going to be filing materials, but you filed them on May 1st. Fair enough?
No, I don't follow what you're saying.
In the materials I believe you sent to us tonight,
Yes,
there's an email correspondence back and forth between you and Mr. Salkis.
that we were filing our application.
And that appears to be in the record on April 12th of 26.
Yes.
You're going to be filing the application.
Yes,
You then indicated just now that you filed that on May 1st of this year, the 830G application.
yes.
Okay. So you did make a comment about our most recent meeting, which was approximately 2 weeks ago. You were present on a different matter. Do you remember being present on a different matter for our most recent meeting? No, 34 Buick Avenue was not discussed by you.
I was present at one of the recent meetings for a coastal site plan application, yes.
And you represented a different applicant at that point.
Yes.
You came up tonight and said that, and again, I'm trying to go through your notes, you said that you didn't know why the vote was not held at the last meeting, and I believe that was because it was continued at your request through the office before we even started the meeting.
I'm talking about the commission or the board's decision to hold a public hearing.
To do
You don't need to, I don't need to be present for that or for the board to act and vote to hold a public hearing.
But the agenda that was held 2 weeks ago indicated that 34 Buick Avenue was going to be part of a public hearing, correct?
I don't recall, I don't know what the
Fair
agenda
enough,
said
fair
2
enough.
weeks ago. No, I don't think so.
And again,
I think it was no, I want to back up on that. I don't think that is correct, or if it is, it's different than what Mr. Sulkus had explained to me, which was that the board hadn't decided yet whether to hold a public hearing. So I don't know what the agenda said, but that was his comments to me.
Thank you. And then the record will show that. We'll have our minutes, which we'll be dealing with a little bit later on. So let's go back to the fire department.
Yes.
And this 20 feet, not
Yes.
having 20 feet. There's also an easement issue, is there not?
There's also an easement what?
An easement issue?
No, there's an easement that's given to the city for a right-of-way, all highway purposes,
Fair enough.
for a small triangular piece.
And again, listening to your experts here, there was an issue of sidewalks. Could you explain the sidewalks a little bit more to us, please?
So there's not an issue of sidewalks. The expert testimony was designed to explain that there were multiple opportunities that the city had and that they should have required sidewalks when the adjacent parcels were approved for different developments. And in my experience, the city engineer requires those sidewalks. You're putting in a single-family house, you got to put a sidewalk in. Curb cut, new curb, concrete apron, sidewalks, it has to go in. It has to go in on every single project, on every single street front. You're on a corner lot, you have to do it. So the point of the expert testimony, or some of the expert testimony, was that going back 20-something years, there's been multiple approvals or multiple opportunities for the city to improve that section of Buick Avenue that intersects with Cherry Street up to my client's property line, and they failed to follow their own regulations and do it. So the point being is to say that now, as an example, if the claim was, well, we can't approve this project because you can't fit sidewalks on Buick Avenue, that's not, the city can't fail to do its job and then prevent a future development at another property, number one. Number two, there's city ordinances that are in effect right now that the Director of Public Works could order that property owner to put sidewalks in. So I don't think there's necessarily an issue with sidewalks. The point was that we believed, based on previous comments and some of the things that came up at the wetlands hearing, that people would say that sidewalks needed to be installed, and I think Greg Podleski, the city engineer, is making that recommendation. However, that's an impossible recommendation for us to comply with for a portion of the property because Mr. Thornburg doesn't own that and the city didn't follow through with their previous, on the previous policies.
Thank you. The next question I ask you is, and you just talked about that, the proposed development that you're making an application for, does your client own all of the property necessary to develop that particular application
Yes.
regarding the 53 units, some of which are 830G affordable housing?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions at this point, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions at this point? Any further comment before we open the public comment?
No, I don't have any further comment. I just want to follow up from the previous question about the address. So the address is not a legal document on the plan. So I'm not sure, because the manner in which it was asked was a cross-examining manner, I'm not sure what the intent of the questions were, but if the intent of the question was to suggest that we've somehow filed an improper or defective application because we reference 0 Buick, that is incorrect, because we filed it with the proposal to make it conditional upon a free split. And so that lot would be considered 0 Buick because it hasn't been assigned an address yet. That's all. And any other questions for the experts that are here tonight?
At this point, I see none, and there will be opportunity if one of the commission or members would like to ask a question. Right now, this is a public hearing, and if you would like to speak to this application, please come to the podium.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Should I give my staff report?
Well, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. The applicant is proposing to construct 53 dwelling units on a new lot to be created on land along Buick Avenue. The lot in question would be created using a free split of the larger existing parcel of which the subject property is currently a part. When a property is eligible for a free split, it means the new lots can be created without going through the subdivision process, although lots created in this way need to be zoning compliant at the time of their creation. In this case, the free split has not yet occurred because the 2 existing barns must be demolished first. The barns, which are considered in our zoning regulations as accessory structures or uses, cannot exist on their own parcel without a principal structure use on the same property. Further, a notice of violation for the use of the barns was issued on June 11th, 2026. The violation was the result of the zoning enforcement officer's determination that the barns were being used for commercial purposes in the R12.5 residential zone. As of this date, the updated report, which I'm reading tonight, the zoning violation remains unabated, and the property owner has not contacted the zoning enforcement officer. The application was submitted showing 2 lots as existing, as if the free split had occurred. However, the property currently remains 1 legal parcel along with the adjacent house site. In my original report, I said the application is not properly before you because the lot that is subject of the application does not exist. Well, I think that issue is still germane and solutions have been provided. It's not the most important issue for the board to consider, so I will set aside the focus of the board's attention on the following issues. The proposed plan relies upon utilizing property that the applicant does not own or have documented right to use. An inquiry from a member of the public made yesterday, 7/6/26, prompted a staff re-review of the proposed street and the drainage improvements shown in the plans. The plans show the roadway being widened to accommodate fire department access and the creation of bioswales that are required by the Inland Wetlands Agency. The property owned by Wolf Spinnaker Brook LLC on map 66, block 814, parcel 1. The applicant was asked yesterday, 7/6/26, to provide documentation showing that they have the right to utilize this parcel. The documentation was not provided. The submission is defective because the applicant does not have permission or authorization to use that land for the establishment of a wider roadway or bioswale, which are requirements of the Fire Department and the Inland Wetlands Agency. The board cannot consider an application that utilizes property that the applicant does not have permission to use. The board has never approved or listened to an application unless there was authorization by a property owner for the use of that property. Inconsistency with plans reviewed by the Inland Wetlands Agency. The plans before the board are not the same plans that were reviewed by the Inland Wetlands Agency. The most important aspect of this inconsistency is that the Inland Wetlands Agency reviewed the property as a single lot, existing house site and proposed 53-unit apartment building site, whereas only the apartment building site is presented for your review this evening. A detailed list of conditions that were accompanied the approval of the proposed project by the Inland Wetlands Agency, and there are no discussions at Inland Wetlands about assigning responsibility for those conditions between two properties. The plans that have been submitted to the board, our board, reflect only some of the conditions of the Inland Wetlands Agency approval, even though the need for all the conditions that were generated by the Inland Wetlands are required by the proposed project. This inconsistency needs to be reconciled. Rejection by the Police Commission. The Police Commission, acting as the city's traffic commission, has recommended that the board reject the application. Open issues with the city engineer. The city engineer has noted in his report dated 6/16/26 that the applicant has not demonstrated, among multiple other issues expressed in his report, why strict compliance with the width and pavement thickness standards of the city of Milford cannot be adhered to by the applicant. Certain waivers are implied, but documentation regarding those waivers has not been provided by the applicant. The city engineer listed multiple items, A to L, to be addressed. No response has been received regarding these items. Well, this evening we were provided with those responses. I have no response from the city engineer as to whether or not those responses are adequate for his purposes. And for the record, generally, when the city engineer is re-reviewing something, we get a report, and if there are conditions that can be made a conditions of approval, he's very good about saying, hey, these things could be made a condition of approval. We have no such report from the city engineer. So until these issues are resolved, staff believes the application cannot be approved.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so if anybody would like to come and address the board, please do so now. State your name and address for the record. Try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if you're repeating what someone else has already said, you might just say that you concur rather than go into redundant details. But you're welcome to come to the podium when you're ready.
Hello, I'm Michael Blake, 65 Governors Avenue, and thank you very much for staying so late, board. So when you hire an expert witness, you hire them to give you the opinion that you need to get your application approved. So when I heard the traffic witness talk about how a 53-unit property is going to have less traffic than right now we have a one-home unit there. So the traffic is going to be at least 53 times higher. It's not going to be less. It's going to be way more. I live on Governors. People speed down Governors all the time. Any additional traffic is going to be dangerous. Governors is dangerous right now. and any additional increase will be dangerous. When we sleep with the windows open, on the weekends, we hear cars speeding down Governors, screeching on the brakes as they make that turn right before Cherry. It's a dangerous road. There's wrecks a couple times a year right at North and Governors, and that's where kids wait for a school bus. There's wrecks 2 or 3 times a year right there at that corner. If any traffic is going to that 53 unit or proposed unit property, if anyone's coming up the Merritt or northbound on 95, they're going to get off and take Governors to get to that unit. They're not going to go on Cherry. Everyone uses that shortcut to get to Cherry, or they're going to use that shortcut to get to Buick in this case. So please vote against this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rich Cooper, 50 Sunnyside Court. Just a couple of observations. The traffic experts said that there has been very little increase since 2013. Coincidentally, my wife and I moved into 50 Sunnyside Court 2013. Since we've moved in, the Cartamaro building has added additional units to their place. Up on the corner of R Street, Sunnyside Court, across from Bob's, there's a new mixed-use building with business down below. So I would say, just from my experience, and since 2013, there's been far more traffic there. I know the experts from Enfield. I drive that street multiple times every day, and adding another 53 units on that street would only obviously increase those numbers. Also, there was a contradiction. The traffic expert said that based on the unit mix, there would be less children, and so less needs to come in and out of that access point. But the architect just stood up here and said the desire of the building was to have 2-bedroom units, which would be something that would have more children, et cetera. So just a contradiction there. And the last piece I have to say is this, the wetlands spent a lot of time again here speaking about their flood mitigation and this permeable pavement system that they have. It does percolate water through. Over time, that system deteriorates and breaks down and you have more runoff. Once you pave that, ladies and gentlemen, it's done, and that system will produce more runoff as the years progress, and that'll create a headache for the community as well. Thank you for your time this evening. I think if this development was the 16 units that Dan has spoken so heartfelt towards to support the low-income housing that is desperately needed in this place, I don't think any of us would have spent so many of our nights and our time to have participated in this thing, but 53 units is beyond what this part of town could really tolerate. So thank you for your consideration of this project, but we firmly would be opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have some handouts. So my name is Joe Simonsek. I live at 61 Governors Avenue. I just wanted to bring up about the road width. Reading through the traffic engineer cited the 20-foot road width as what the standard should be from the City of Milford Fire Department Access and Water Supply Ordinance. But if, in citing Section 4, However, if you read further in section 5, it says the access should be 26 feet because there's aerial apparatus needed for a structure greater than 30 feet, and of course this is higher than 30 feet. So I think we need some clarification on that ordinance. And then of course the city engineer says that the road should be 30 feet to have two-way traffic. Back in 2004, the police chief recommended 24 feet for Buick to accommodate the traffic when it's concerns back at that time. And looking at other entrances and exits on Cherry Street, 158 and 188 Cherry Streets, which are also apartment complexes, they are 28 feet plus. So there's a lot of those pictures that I show in there. So I think this is a key, traffic road width is a key component to ensure the safety of this project and how residents will move in and out of the neighborhood. See some of the pictures, Stubby Brook culverts along the road are barely 20 feet with no room for protective guardrails to prevent cars from driving right into the brook. 25 feet would not even be possible on the culvert without taking substantial land from the owner of 158. It is challenging to get out of Buick Avenue onto Cherry Street. Drivers heading north to 95 must cross 2 lanes of cars coming up Cherry Street while trying to merge with cars speeding down the hill. Likewise, cars trying to get into Buick must cross over 2 lanes of cars speeding up the hill trying to make the light. So I think we need to have, this is a very, 20 feet is a very small area for cars to be coming out, cars coming in. They're trying to speed across the road to avoid the traffic. So I think that's why we have the 28 feet on the other apartment complexes. In 2006, the city, we had this agreement with the owner of 158, 122 Cherry Street. They abandoned their plans to build on that area at 122, and that helped to alleviate a lot of the traffic concerns that we had at the time. The land would be maintained as open space, and even though it was open space, the owner built a nice sidewalk along Cherry Street from Governor's Avenue to Buick, and so he did this and got certain concessions when he built at 158 Cherry Street. And I thought at the time, and I believe I was here speaking in favor of it, it was a good compromise for the city and the residents. So now I think that what happened is if we have to have, we have to have roads that are widened, you're going to end up taking land from him when they had this, this agreement that the land at 122 would be open space. And again, just the proof that, no one actually goes down Buick Avenue now because it's so hard to get out. You think they would go down Buick to avoid the light. They don't because it's so hard to get out onto Cherry Street. So I think there's, serious concerns about how traffic will flow in and out of this area. And so I believe it is a serious safety concern that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Williams, 130 Mayflower Place. I understand that you all have a job to consider all these incredibly complex and technical elements, and I see an applicant who has worked extremely hard to meet those standards and to answer your questions. But I want to talk a little bit about what Mr. Thornburg shared about his story and share a little of my story, because I still think that's relevant, and I still think there's a greater purpose of what you all are doing here and what we're doing here. I grew up in about 13 different towns. I moved as a child before 10, I think 15 times. And in every case, the primary, if not the only reason that we moved was because we could not find housing that was appropriate or affordable. I didn't get the chance to grow up in the towns that I had often just started to love, the parks that I had, begun to play in and become familiar with. And in 2020, I bought a house in Milford, and I remember it was May 17th, 2020. I remember driving from West Haven. I had to stop in the Aldi parking lot because the emotions were, I felt, overwhelming, and thinking that I could raise children in a town where they could grow up and not have to go through what I went through. And I also remember thinking that when I got to that point, that I would want to make sure that town was a town that could offer that to everyone. The type of housing where little boys and girls and families would not have to leave simply because they couldn't find housing. I made that commitment. I have 2 sons now, a 6-month-old and a 3-year-old, and I'm here honestly primarily for them. But not just for them, for all the people who I don't know, who many of us know, neighbors, people in Milford, people who work in Milford who can't live in Milford, because I really believe that that's what this town can be, should be, and will be. I strongly support this application, this development. I see something that Milford desperately needs in a practical level. Again, I understand that your job is to consider a lot, but I also believe your job is primarily, and at the end of the road, to think of these people, the people of Milford, the people who want to live here, the families. And so, again, whatever the decision, whatever the future of this application is, I hope you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, my name is Ron Lombard. I've been in Milford since 1962. I've seen a lot of changes, no can in the center of town anymore. Actually, we have a lot of different directions everybody's going in. I appreciate all you people for spending your time. It's over 10 o'clock. You've been here for quite a long time. I appreciate you guys being here. I've been a developer for a number of years. I redeveloped the Walnut Beach Shopping Center, which was a blighted shopping center. It's very vacant, with my relatives and myself, and we built a real nice development there, and I think it's doing pretty well. And we also redeveloped the Melba Shopping Center, which has the cell towers and Dollar General and so forth, and it seems to be thriving, and it's a nice little community development. Mr. Thornburg over here did one thing that I believe is really important to Milford, which is affordable housing, and we don't have enough of that in this town. He had no objection to building 16 units affordable. Some of our other developers in town kind of wavered off of that, and that's unfortunate because Milford's a great place. I've been here since I was a little kid, and I love this city. It's a great city. It's got a big heart, and my heart's all Milford. And I just have to say that, we have experts here. They've been paid for their experience to come up in front of you and give you their experience, and whether it's left or right, whatever, it doesn't make too much, but they're here for a reason. The reason is to put through a project that is not really on a major city street. It's not on Route 1. It's set back in the woods. Yes, Governor's Avenue is a great place. I love the place. Everybody has to slow down there. We had a tragedy there many, many years ago, and it's unfortunate that people used to speed there. You have engineers that came here, he spoke, he said it wasn't going to be bad. I could see in and out the traffic flow. Okay, it all works. Whatever the case is that, I think it's a great development. I think aesthetically, the building looks really fabulous. Some buildings, a little square that we've approved over time. I've been here for years. I'm a broker in Connecticut, New York, and Florida. I do commercial real estate only, all off market. I deal with a lot of individuals, high net worth people, like their privacy. I think Mr. Thornburg came and presented a project that I hope you guys would approve. I don't think it's a big detriment to the area. Like I said, it's set back a little bit, nice, serene, it's close to the center of town. We need more people coming to the center. We have other issues outside going into the mall area. We don't want to see a vacant mall. We got a lot of stuff going on. This is so small compared to what we have that we need to take care of. And I really think you should consider approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would just give us your address for the record. I'm sorry, sir. The last speaker, would you give us your address for the record? I'm sorry.
I'm at 167 Cherry Street.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you getting up again.
Carl DeCarli. I'm an agent for Coldwell Banker in this town, and at 171 Broad Street. This town desperately needs the 830G. The rents right now in this town, if somebody left this town to go to school, college, they want to come back, and they grew up in Milford, they want to live in Milford, they can't, because they can't afford it. 2-bedroom, bath and a half, $2,800 to $3,200. They can't do it. So they got to go elsewhere. The town that they grew up in, they can't come back and live. It shouldn't be that way. This project gives us 16 lower income affordable housing. So that's going to give 16 people, well, 2 bedrooms, a chance to live in this town that they grew up in. Older people that have retired, sometimes they can't, they say, I want to sell my house, but I want to live in Milford. They just can't swing the $3,200 a month. So this gives people a chance. I see this every day. And, you know, we need more projects like this. So I'm asking you, every one of you, to approve this project. Give people a chance. It's not a big project. There's a lot of things going on in this town, but something like this is needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah, S-A-R-A, I-C-E, and I live at 25 Holbrook Street over in Devon, Walnut Beach. And I would like to thank the board for their dedication and service also. As you can see, I'm a baby boomer trying to age in place. But experience has told me that all it takes is one catastrophic car accident or maybe the big C, and I'll be looking for more affordable housing. And the project on Buick seems perfect. It's near the bus lines. You can walk to ShopRite or across the street, across Cherry Street. And they're all on one level. I've been following the project through inland wetlands and know more about permeable pavers than I care to. But the contractor has said he would maintain them. And, you know, I believe him. There also seem to be trees screening the peripheral of the property so that there will be some privacy for everyone. I love the idea of the historic house renovation, and I'm urging you to approve this design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, guys. My name is Chris LaFaro. I live at 11 Baldwin Street down in Devon. So my family was here before I was even born. I think about 35, 36 years ago, my parents moved here. I say was living here because as of now, I'm the only person still left in Milford. My brother wanted to start a family, so he left. My mom split with my dad and couldn't afford it here, so she left. My dad now had the house to himself. He couldn't afford it, so he left. Now I'm the only one who tried to actually stay here, and 3 years ago I had to move to West Haven because it was the only place I could afford. I work hard, I make an honest living. I've been working since I was 16, I never stopped. Doesn't matter, right? Milford is growing and it's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. I love to see all the people here, but it is becoming way unaffordable for people like me, for people making an honest living. So 2 months ago, I decided I had to move and I wanted to come back home. So I looked everywhere. And I came down here and I looked at every apartment I could, and it was Metro Star, Metro Star, Metro Star, Metro Star, Spinnaker, 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 Spinnaker. And it was $2,400 for a 600 square foot apartment. Nothing. I have literally no space for anything. I couldn't, and that was before water fees, trash fees, parking fees. You'd end up paying at least $2,700, $2,800 to live in a single bedroom there for 600 square feet. I was blessed to find a 500 square foot apartment on the second floor of a small house for $2,000 a month. That is the actual situation that we're dealing with out here. So what I'm saying is we need more housing opportunities, we need more structures, we need more places that we can live, and we need competition for these big companies out here that have these huge apartment complexes that frankly aren't for us. It's for the people from New York who are coming in. That's what these places are for. That's what the Metro Star is for. It's not for me. I can't afford that. It's for the people working in New York who are commuting. That's what this place is for now. So this is an area where people from Milford who grew up in Milford might actually be able to come and stay close to the center of town, close to the stores, close to the places, the grocery stores, everywhere that they need to be without paying an insane amount. The 16 units that would actually be affordable, that people could actually afford to live in, and give them an opportunity to create more competition in the area. That's what we want. We want more competition for these big housing complexes. So, I just want to say we need more housing, we need more opportunities, and we need things to become more affordable and more opportunistic for the actual people living here so that the people who grew up in Milford can actually stay in Milford and not have to get kicked out to West Haven or Stratford or all of these other places and then have to commute here to the jobs that we've been working here forever. My family has run a home improvement business in Milford for over 35 years, and none of us lived here because we couldn't afford it. So just consider all of us, consider the people who are trying to live here, who love Milford, who want to be a part of the town, who want to be here. This is an opportunity for us to be able to come home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Laura Gordon, I live at 421 New Haven Avenue, apartment B. I grew up here since I was 3 years old, moved to San Diego for 34 years, just moved back 2 years ago. I'm very fortunate to be in a pretty affordable apartment right now, but if that changed, I'd be priced out, I'd have to leave. But you've heard all those stories. I think, I'm not sure what they're called, conditions of approval or something like that. It sounds like there are a lot of issues based on what the city attorney said. There are still issues to work out. But I've talked with Dan, and it's like he's motivated to do this for his town. And it seems to me like those can be, the project could be approved with the list of conditions of approval. Is that what it's called? Okay, that we could do that because we do need affordable housing here. I mean, it seems like that's a given. This will certainly not take care of everybody, but we need to do it. Thank you all for passing the ADU motion. That will help too. But I think that it could be approved, and I would urge you to do it based on whatever still needs to be done, have that part of the conditions so that those things happen and it can meet your approval and be approved for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Wiley Blake, 65 Governors Avenue. I would like more people to have affordable places to live in Milford, but I am worried about the safety of the people that would be living on Buick Avenue. That intersection of Governors Avenue and Cherry Street is already very, very difficult to cross there. And with the added confusion of people slowing down and or stopping to turn onto Buick to park at their new apartment building, it just seems unlikely that people will be able to cross safely to go to work, to go to church, to go shopping, to go to school. There are children that wait for the bus stop right on the corner of Cherry, right by the corner of where Governor's dumps out onto it. How can their safety be guaranteed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Gallicano. I live at 9 Old Droid Street down in Devon with my wife Suzanne. We moved to Milford in 1991 coming from Norwalk. After we had our first child and we were expecting our second, geez, I need my glasses. That is when we bought our first house in Devon, down near Walnut Beach. We fell in love with the beauty, this beautiful city for several reasons. The cleanliness, the school system, which is really important when you have young kids, and the affordability. We were shocked at how affordable Milford was compared to how beautiful it was. Now granted, this is 1991, but it was beautiful and it was affordable. So we decided to buy a house in Milford. We bought a small house down in Devon near Walnut Beach. All three of my children grew up in Milford. They called it their home until they graduated from college and set out on their own. All three of my children went to school in Milford, all graduating from Jonathan Law High School. Unfortunately for them and many others, over the last several years, Milford has grown too expensive to afford to buy a house or even rent an apartment, which forced them to make decisions to move to other towns. I can't say that I blame them. Milford has been really good for the people who bought homes before the real estate boom post-COVID, where everything went crazy, all the prices jacked up, and everybody did really well. So Milford has really been on an upswing. However, the lack of affordability is driving our own kids to new locations. We wouldn't be living in Milford. We wouldn't have spent 35 years of our lives raising 3 children in Milford if it wasn't affordable. We would have went to another town. But we stuck it out in Milford. I think that's also the key to getting people to move to Milford is you start off in an apartment and then you fall in love with the city. And then you look for a house because you want to stay in Milford. Well, if you can't afford the apartment in Milford, Milford's not going to be your stop. You're going to go to another town. So that's why I think that affordable projects, affordable housing is so important. So I urge you to approve the Buick apartment project before Milford loses too many of the people that make this city so great. And on a side note, it's also nice to hear that the historic Milford, the Buick House, is going to be maintained and preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Roth, and I reside at 57 Crestwood Road. I'm here in support of the Buick Avenue project. This applicant has taken great care and consideration in so many elements of this project. As you know, the project will bring 16 affordable housing units to Milford. These units are much needed, and they amount to 30% of the units to be built. This is above and beyond what anyone else I've seen before this board has offered, and it is a testament to the good intentions of Dan Thornburg and his team, because they didn't need to offer that many. But it is important to Dan to enable those who want to stay and live in Milford to be able to, instead of having to move on to another town or state. The historic home built in 1730, which will be restored and preserved, is of benefit to Milford and its citizens as well. It will continue to serve as a tangible landmark, providing educational and cultural value, and to add to the story of how Milford has evolved over time. Regarding water drainage on the property, the proportion of the property with the historic home, the plans include a wetland mitigation plan that is designed to add more natural plantings to absorb rainfall during major events, and create a natural border from the property to Governor's Avenue and its neighboring properties. Dan has said he intends to keep as many trees as possible to create a buffer for the neighbors. All these efforts indicate the thoughtful planning Dan and his team have put into this project, and I respectfully ask that you give conditional approval so that he can move forward with the remaining work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Broach. I live at 77 Governors Avenue, and I'm in favor of affordable housing. I applaud your altruism, but its location. Where it is located, it is going to be unsafe for people, and it's going to increase our traffic problems. Just go down Cherry Street any time of the day, and it takes 5 to 7 minutes just to go 2 traffic lights. How are people going to go out? Buick, is going to be another traffic light now? I know the lack of affordable housing, it's a local, it's a state, it's a national problem. I spent 5 months looking for an affordable apartment for my foster daughter. And it finally found something, but it's incredibly difficult. So I applaud the efforts to find affordable housing, but not there. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Claire Casey. My address is 86 Governors Ave. My property adjoins the Buick Avenue property at the northwest corner. The proposed project will have environmental impacts. The removal of trees, I believe, will worsen the flooding issues that already exist in the area and disrupt the local wildlife and its habitats. I would also like to discuss safety issues, some that we have already experienced since the property was acquired by the current owner. These issues will only be amplified if this project is allowed. We have seen cars entering Governor's Ave from Buick Ave, traveling the wrong direction on one-way section of Buick Ave. We have seen cars traveling eastbound on Cherry Street, turning left onto Governor's Ave against the one-way flow of traffic to shortcut access to Buick Ave. According to the development plans, about 80 or so parking spaces are provided. This is determined as 1 parking space for 1-bedroom units and 2 parking spaces for 2-bedroom apartments. This formula clearly underestimates parking needs. With limited parking, residents and guests will have to park elsewhere, on Buick Ave, on Governor's Ave, perhaps the parking lot across on Cherry Street. Also, according to the development plans, Buick Ave is designed to be a minimum of 18 feet wide. If overflow parking occurs on Buick Ave, 2-way traffic will be severely limited, especially if emergency vehicles need access. Many of these safety issues were considered by the Milford Police Commission, which recommended denial of this project, and I am hopeful that this board will take serious consideration on their recommendation. Traffic studies may indicate that there have been no increase in traffic in Milford over the past decade. However, those who live here know better. Adding an additional 80 or more vehicles to Buick Ave will have a significant negative impact on traffic in the area. Milford has long been known as the small city with a big heart, a community that valued its neighborhoods, natural resources, and quality of life. While growth is inevitable, there comes a point when we must ask whether continued development is serving the best interests of our residents or simply adding to the challenges we already face. With each new development, we lose more of the open spaces, trees, natural areas that make Milford a desirable place to live. Increased traffic, flooding, strain on infrastructure, and the gradual erosion of our community character all have real consequences for the people who call this city home. I respectfully ask you to look beyond the short-term benefits of this proposal and consider its long-term impact. The decisions you make will shape Milford for years to come. Please ask yourselves whether another development is truly the future we want for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We're going to have a 5-minute recess.
need to pay $3,000 for a one-bedroom apartment, and they're not even luxury. I know luxury. I worked in Manhattan. I know what they're paying. $5,000 to $6,000 a month. But they've got imported marble from Italy. I mean, these people spend some money. I mean, I've worked in Manhattan for 8 years. You know, my family used to be in the trucking business since 1916. And my grandfather, his first house was in Wilbur Beach. Well, it actually was in, I'll tell you a story. It actually was in Myrtle Beach, which doesn't exist today. It was part of the hurricane, and the government of the state of Connecticut took over my grandfather's house. He paid like $3,000. Yeah, she's the only one that stayed. We used to say hello to her and wait when I was a kid. She was nice, so nice. She was just like, I'm not a wolf. But the sister, and she died there. But my grandfather lost his house, and he bought a wilderness. And then my dad said, when I was 8, he said, we're not going to go on vacation anymore. We're going to buy a beach house in Milford. So he bought Dr. DuBois' house in Bayview when I was 8 years old. I've been here since 1966.
Yeah, let's get back at it.
All right, Sarah Bromley, 27 Norwood.
Sarah, you're going to have to let someone out that hasn't spoken speak first.
Okay.
Or did you speak on the other issue? I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry, Sarah. It was the other application.
Another thing.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
That's all right.
apologize.
I follow rules.
I apologize.
Okay.
My bad.
I'll do whatever you say. Okay, so, new issue. Sarah Bromley, 27 Norway Street. I am concerned about how one of these recommendations before you was made. You know, you have to check all the boxes, police, everything. But according to those police commission minutes, the department's chief engineer recommended approval of this project after their professional review. But then, and I believe in people's voices being heard, but I also know that there's a time and place. When you tell us it's time for public testimony, we do it. When you say it's closed, it's closed. But that recommendation by the police department's chief engineer was struck through, rewritten as a denial, like scratched out in a pen, because people showed up. People showed up, raised concerns, whether it was the right place and time, whether it was allowed, I'm not exactly sure. But I don't question anyone's good intentions. Everyone should have a time and place to speak their voice. But I'd like to ask the board to consider the difference between a recommendation based on engineering analysis and one based on who happens to show up to object. Because I think that a fair process should be led by the evidence, and the evidence here in front of you supported approval of this application. Thank you.
My name's Andrew Rice at 35 Quaker Place. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight in support of the Buick Avenue project. I moved to Milford 16 years ago to start working, and this is the longest I've ever actually lived in a town or a city, and this is the first place that I've ever actually felt like it was my home. And 16 years ago, I was able to afford to move here. If I were myself 16 years ago trying to do the same thing today, it would be impossible. And that kills me because this city has filled my life with a lot of joy. And so I want to see that opportunity be available for other people who are looking to start a new career, looking to start a new place to live, and looking for a place like this that has just a unique beauty to it. And so a couple things about this affordable housing project is that it would be perfect for someone like me 16 years ago who enjoyed the downtown life, who couldn't necessarily afford to have a car. And so the location of this facility could reduce cost of living expenses because you wouldn't have to necessarily have one of the most expensive things to have, a car, because of its 15-minute walk from the train station, a couple minute walks from stores to get food. And so I just hope that the board here does have a conditional approval of this project so that it can move forward, so that people like me can afford to live in a city like this and be able to benefit the ways that I've been able to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name's Jonathan Turpany. I live at 73 North Street. That's the home that's on the corner of North and Governor's Ave. I'm not here to protest affordable housing. I'm here to, I guess, protest this location. Since buying the home in August of 2020, we've personally witnessed a little over 24 accidents outside of our home. Now, depending on how you look at that data in the police records, that could be considered Maple in North, Governors in North, or Maple and Governors as well. We've personally called EMS for cyclists, for pedestrians, for motorcycles, for commercial vehicles, and for pedestrian vehicles. It is a high foot traffic area all along Governors and along North Street. Lots of people walk through there. Other people have already testified that it's a popular cut through to come down from the Merritt area to get into southern Milford. In a previous job, I served as a chief pilot on a FAA NTSB safety board, where we would look at the root cause of accidents. We would look at the company organization, policy procedure, company culture, and then the individual. In this case, with the volume of traffic that we have on Governors, North Street as well, but we're really talking about the far end of Governors here, we have a pretty full pipeline already. We're talking about adding a building that's going to have more residents than on Governors itself. I'm not going to talk about the issues at the intersection that we love on itself, more that we're funneling more traffic down an already congested area. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, over 50% of car accidents happen within 5 miles of your primary residence. We already typically have seen about one average per month in the entire time that we've been at North Street, whether we're home or not. So I say to myself, are we adding an unnecessary risk by congesting a already populated or high traffic area into a higher populated area? Again, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. I do think there's a need for affordable housing, and this certainly isn't a case of not in my backyard. I just feel like we have a lot of unused space and buildings in Milford already, and to add this into an area that already has a traffic issue seems like an unnecessary risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Marcia Winter, 76 Cedarhurst Lane, Milford. Thank you for letting us all come here to speak tonight. This housing project, I feel, is really critical for the city of Milford. These housing units support families that have limited income who otherwise might need to leave Milford to afford housing, go into shelters, try to find some kind of housing in this crazy mixed up world we're living in right now. Yesterday, I was just helping a friend move to Shelton because after she had tried a few apartments in Milford that just kept adding more amenities, et cetera, she couldn't afford to live in Milford anymore. She raised 3 kids that went to school in Milford. None of them are living in Milford anymore. So This Buick Avenue project is a beautiful project. Environmentally, it's well thought out. Mr. Thornburg has spent a lot of time and energy jumping through a billion hoops to do everything that is right for this development. Also, in saving one of Milford's oldest colonial homes. I didn't even know it was there. I've been on the Historical Society for a long time. I didn't know this house was there. It's beautiful, and he's saving that. He's going out of his way for Milford. So, this project site is environmentally sound. It's a great model for other environmental spaces, new buildings in Milford. And Mr. Thornburg is dedicated to Milford. He lives in Milford where his building business is. His business is here. He wants to continue doing this for the people of Milford, not just to pad his pockets. He's so dedicated to this project. He wants to do it all for a better Milford for everybody that's here. We need this development. The people of Milford need this housing.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Candace Mayer. I live at 71 Governors Avenue, and I have for over 25 years. I walk extensively in this community every single day. The speed limit on Governors, as you may recall, is 25 miles an hour. It's an exception when cars follow the speed limit. They routinely go 30, 35 miles an hour or more. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's the equivalent of cars in a 65 mile per hour zone going 91 miles an hour. I think that would scare us all. I've seen trucks come into the site on Buick from Cherry Street up Governors. The police commission is already very concerned about traffic and speeding on Governors, especially due to the huge volume of cars that cut through there. A neighbor was unable to be here tonight, but it's been referenced. It's hard to hear what anyone said, so if I'm repeating something, I can't hear. There's almost an accident a month for the past 10 years, including the time of COVID. Most of the accidents happen between noon and 6 p.m., a very dangerous time, especially for kids coming back from school and getting dropped off at that bus stop at the corner of North and Governors. 20% of those accidents involved injuries. These are only the reported incidents. It's very confusing to see what's happening about this historic home on Buick Avenue. When the project was first proposed, that was part of it until a week or so ago. And as Mr. Anderson referenced, the property was on the market. Now tonight we're hearing it's the backbone of the project again. So it's just really confusing. Is it in or out? Does it matter? Does it change the plans? Does it change approvals? Those are questions before the board tonight. I would ask that you reconsider this carefully and reject it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Michael Mercurio, 17 Governors Avenue. I've lived in Milford all of my 82 years. My parents preceded me to Milford in the late 1920s. My wife and I have lived on Governors Avenue for 49 years. And before I express my single concern, I want to make it clear that I am not opposed to affordable housing. I've been involved with different projects, including when I was on the board of CPAC, operating Bethel, and we developed 85 New Haven Avenue, which has had 5 affordable units probably for the last 15 or 18 years. My concern about this project is traffic. We live at the beginning of Governors Avenue on the North Street end, And currently, many times, morning and late afternoon, there's traffic backed up the entire length of Governor's Avenue from the light on Cherry Street. I can't imagine what it would be like with the additional traffic flow from this project. I would picture it almost being like driving uptown on a Saturday when a fair was going on. So I think it would be really a major inconvenience to many people in this city for many years going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Mercurio. I grew up in the city of Bridgeport, and living in Milford, I feel like I died and went to heaven. It's an absolutely wonderful city. Governor's Avenue is extremely busy. Sometimes it takes me forever to back out of my driveway to get going. But basically, I'm not so concerned about the traffic and affordable housing. I think that affordable housing is a wonderful concept. The traffic is a pain in the neck wherever you go in Milford. But when I drive down Governor's Avenue and I pass the area where Buick Avenue is, where I used to take my kids down there in a stroller, and I just think about that wonderful house that's so old sitting there, and the rest of the property, it's a hidden gem. And I really would like to just be able to know that when I'm down there waiting at the light to be able to pass and go to ShopRite, that I'm going to feel that peace because it's a hidden gem and it's really special and it should be left as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gene Mayer. I live at 9 Governor's Avenue. I'm the first house on Governor's Avenue when you turn down the street from North Street. Okay. I agree with many of the things that have been said here tonight, all right, particularly with the issue of affordable housing. All right. It's something that we need, and we all agree that we need that. All right. I also agree with my neighbors on Governor's Avenue and our concerns about traffic and density. On August 19th, I will have lived in my house for 33 years, so I've seen the changes. Mike's got a few years up on me because he's been there for 49. All right. But it's a real thing. And the traffic study that says, oh, there'll only be a few cars here and a few cars there. Well, you know what? Come on over to my house on a Saturday afternoon. I'll put the lawn chairs out. We can sit and count cars, and we can watch what's going on. Okay? So those things are real. They're happening. But what we all love about Milford and why we're here, what you love about Milford growing up here is the beauty of the area, the historic neighborhoods, the walkability of the streets, and the modest density of our neighborhoods that we have. And I feel that as much as we need affordable housing, I commend you for the work you've done on this, okay? It's not an issue of not in my backyard. It's an issue of scale, all right? You're going to put 51 units on Buick Avenue. As John said, that's more people than live on Governor's Avenue. You're going to put it at the end of the street, okay? So my suggestion would be, all right, please oppose this as it stands now, all right? Okay? Don't oppose the developer and say he's doing a bad thing, but oppose the plan as it stands because it's not appropriate to the neighborhood, okay? Scale it back. You love Milford?
Address the board. Sir,
Yes.
address the board only. Do not address any member of the audience, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, okay? All right. I would like to see the project scaled back, and I would like to see the house, kept the way it is, restored, so that it really remains part of the area without being overbuilt, which is what I feel this project is going to do right now. Okay? I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the time. It's the first time I've ever done this.
No worries.
Okay?
Just, you didn't know, now you know.
First time up here.
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Trista Samansek. I live at 61 Governors Avenue. I'm speaking against the application for 34 Buick Avenue. I believe there are serious traffic issues, many have been talked about already today, that will be greatly increased by the installation of such a large project. During the traffic study, they said that there would be minimum impact to our street. For those of you who know, Governors Avenue is already a pretty unique street. It's narrow, it's one way, and we know it's a cut-through. Anyone who's coming up on 95 or the Merritt Parkway, coming over on the connector, is going to merge onto Route 1. They're going to then slide into West River Street, across the little bridge, speed down North Street, and then continue on to Governors Avenue to get to Buick. The number provided on the study is based on a formula, not on the way people in Milford actually drive. So this is substantiated by current large traffic volumes coming down Governors Avenue, well documented by Milford Police studies. The applicant's study states that traffic queues on Governors Avenue would be less than 400 feet 95% of the time. 400 feet back up on a single-family neighborhood street is not a short distance and will block many residents from being able to get out of their driveways. Several residents have to back out of their driveways to get on their street. Personally, traffic backs up to my house at 61, which is over 600 feet away from the intersection. You know, the study that the applicant provided said that only 50 of the 400 plus trips, or 12%, would come at peak times. I mean, peak times is when people are moving. How could it only be 12% of the traffic? It seems like there would be a lot more. The applicant study didn't really talk too much about crash data statistics, but data that I found at the Yukon, Connecticut Crash Data Repository shows crashes dramatically increasing in Milford in the 2020s, rising 11% between 2023 and 2024, and 23% from 2024 to 2025, a rate of almost 500 crashes a year. According to the study, the second highest concentration of crashes on local roads in the city is Cherry Street. Gulf Street, as a comparison, is the 9th highest. So data obtained from the Milford Police Department shows that there are on average 8 reported crashes at the intersection of Gulf Street, Cherry Street, and Governors Avenue annually from 2014 to 2024. I think at a minimum, we should have an independent traffic study done from a firm that's more familiar with the actual traffic patterns that are specific to Milford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Roberta Silver from 55 Governors Ave. I've had the good fortune on living at Governors Ave for 30 years. And I've noted a significant increase in the speed of traffic and the amount of traffic. In the pictures that I hope will get over to you, in picture number 1 shows a shady path. It looks like a lovely way to cut through down Cherry Street. It's also known as Buick Ave, and that is the only way I ever go on Buick Ave, as it is narrow and it reminds me of a path. Pictures 2 and 3 show what the typical afternoon backup on our street looks like. That is over 700 feet from the Cherry Street intersection. Number 5 is almost at the start of Governors Avenue, as referenced by 2 of the previous speakers. Even now, I can wait for over 10 minutes, not trying to back out, just pull out straight fast. I can wait for 10 minutes to get out of my driveway many times during the day. and the residents of this proposed development with 50-plus housing units with the potential for 100 vehicles are also going to be directed by this way, as that is what your GPS tells you to do if you put it in your phone and you want to get to ShopRite from the other side of town. It tells you to cut through Governor's Ave. This is a huge concern and rebuts the application's traffic engineer's statement that backups are infrequent and only approximately 10 to 100 feet long. The street width of Buick as it heads south toward Cherry Street is presently 20 feet wide, and it is proposed that this will be the two-way street for entering and exiting this new development. Incidentally, and just for comparison, one-way Governor's Ave is about 21 feet wide from inside curb to inside curb at the spot across the street from my neighbors. Although this development has been discussed and promoted as walkable to downtown, the train station, and stores, it should be noted that there are no sidewalks extending out to Cherry Street. As you can see in picture number 4, there are businesses luring you just across the street from the outlet of Buick, just no way to safely get there. Not only are there no sidewalks, as has been noted, there is no room on the developer's property to widen the road beyond the 20 feet. The property to the west is designated green space, and the property to the east belongs to another business. Thus, even if the developer wanted to install sidewalks and the necessary snow shelves, there would be no room. As you can see in picture number 6, after the snow in March, the width of Buick Ave was reduced to 18 feet as there is no snow shelf at all. That is what residents would have to unsafely navigate. The residents of this proposed development would have to unsafely navigate throughout the winter, whether on foot or in two-way traffic. Because of these very important details, we would be putting the safety and well-being of the residents of these 50 units at risk every time they step off their property, as they would be competing with two-way traffic as they try to walk to adjacent businesses or seek out even a little bit of green space, as there will be no green space at this site. The Milford Police Department Records Office recently released data to some members of our neighborhood and on the number of vehicle accident reports during the dates of January 2014 to January 2024. So I think more recent than the data used by Mitchell, the applicant's traffic engineer. As noted previously, Cherry Street is the second street that has the most accidents anywhere in Milford. At the intersection of Governor, Cherry, and Gulf, where Buick is just preceding it, there has been 8 accidents a year on average, 16 which required fire or EMS response. And remember, some of these years were COVID years when a lot of people were not out driving. On an average, almost 1 accident a month, with the majority occurring during those peak hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. During that same 10-year period, there were 13 total accidents reported on Governor's Avenue. On that short little street, there were 13. 4 involved injuries. 1 involved extracting the driver who was coming down the road at over 60 miles an hour. 1 was a pedestrian incident. And I know of at least 1 neighbor who spoke at the police commission a couple weeks ago who had 3 of her cars totaled in front of her house within 2 years. 1 by that person who had to be taken out of the car. In conclusion, please remember that Governor's Avenue is an already very, very busy, highly trafficked one-way street. It cannot safely handle 100 more cars and the associated traffic of 53 apartments. I strongly request that this board rejects this proposal for safety reasons. At the very least, reject it until an independent traffic study can be conducted to see if this is even a feasible idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David, question for you. We have a policy of a vote being required to go past 11 o'clock. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is it a simple majority or is it a 2/3 majority?
I'd have to consult our green book. I don't know off the top of my head. I would assume it would be a simple majority.
Okay, well then it is 11 o'clock, so there is a motion to continue this, which would have to be the 9th, which would be a remote meeting. if the motion passes. So I'll make the motion to continue the public hearing to the 9th and a remote meeting. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have discussion on the motion.
If we deny it, we stay here?
You might. Yes, correct. If the motion fails, the public hearing continues. Yes.
I think it's disrespectful for the only time that we've actually had people, this many people coming out, to not stay past 11.
Okay, any further questions, comments?
My main concern is that because this application is automatically approved if we go past the 9th, that we need to be 100% certain that we would have a quorum on Thursday. And I'm not 100% certain that I could make the meeting on time.
Okay, we can make the meeting at a different time if you feel we can make it at 7:30 or 8.
My work sometimes goes later and can be a little unpredictable.
Okay.
But
So, yeah, this tactic of postponement till there's not enough time to even understand all the information we've received is not very favorable look on the application in my mind. But we have a motion, we have a second. I would
Well, we
say,
can also, the other thing too, is that we can also close the public hearing, deny it, and then they could resubmit something else, whatever it is, because obviously they're playing into overtime here. And then it's not denied or approved, they can come back and resubmit it in a different, whatever it is.
understood, but we would have to continually listen to people talk as long as they want to. And then the applicant has more time to do whatever they want to do, another hour or two.
No, we can close the public hearing whenever we want, right?
No, we can't. Public has a right to speak. The applicant then has a right to rebut, and then the public has a right to speak to the rebuttal, and then the final rebuttal for whatever is said is on the applicant. So we could technically be here for another several hours.
Very true, but if nobody decides to speak anymore and we understand that we might just deny it based off of it running into overtime right here, we could get out of here within 30 minutes and then the applicant would have to resubmit something.
Understood, and that's a possible outcome. I think the reality is people are here, and if they want to speak, we have to let them speak. We have to let the applicant.
Because I'm talking to you, I think the public understands where I'm coming from. And
I do,
that we could
but
also
the applicant
do this
also
quickly.
the applicant actually has 2 more bites at the apple. So I don't think we can count on it being quick. But right now we have a motion.
Mr.
And
Chair?
a second, yes?
Just to clarify, just to let you know that it is by a majority of the board.
Majority.
To extend it. Yep,
A
simple
majority present.
Yeah.
Well, we have full 10, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But so we have a motion, we have a second, we have continued discussion if we'd like to.
What's the vote again?
To continue the public hearing on the 9th on a Zoom meeting.
So we're voting on if we're going to continue this
tonight
on the 9th.
Yes.
A yes vote would mean we're going to continue and we're done today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion?
If the 9th is not a good night, is it possible to do the 8th? Just do it tomorrow night?
We could. Does that make any difference to anybody, any of the members?
Absolute difference to me.
So you cannot make it?
I'm unavailable.
Okay.
People have schedules that we plan this a year in advance.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can vote any way you want. But so we have a motion, we have a second. Without any further discussion, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Alling,
Against the motion.
Mr. Anderson,
Against motion.
Mr. Furmender,
Against the motion.
Mr. Collegian,
I'm with the motion.
Mr. Machio,
Against the motion.
Mr. Mortimer,
I'm with the motion.
Mr. Sadi,
Against the motion.
Mr. Zaharides,
Against the motion.
Chairman Quish.
I'm with the motion.
The motion fails.
The public hearing is still open. If you'd like to speak, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record, and try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes. And if
I have a handout that's been passed. There are pictures in the back of it. Good evening, my name is Marcel Niles. I live at 44 Governors Avenue. I'm speaking about 34 Buick Avenue / 0 Buick Avenue, the proposed 53, or is it 55, 830G development. My comments are limited to traffic and safety, pedestrian safety, and emergency access and enforcement. Governors Avenue is not a clean slate roadway. It has been before the Police Commission on more than one occasion, and last year, traffic study was done with the speeding as emphasis. The baseline is already a documented municipal safety concern. Between North and Cherry Street, Governors Avenue is a narrow residential and incomplete as a pedestrian corridor. Traffic regularly backs up from Cherry Street Light toward and past my house. When vehicles are parked, stopped, or large vehicles are present, the roadway often narrows to less than one alternating lane, forcing traffic to stop or create increased hazards by both the stopped vehicles and people moving to and from around them. Despite the existing commercial vehicle restriction, Governors Avenue is still used by non-local commercial vehicles as a through route. Box trucks, beverage trucks, food service trucks, auto parts trucks, tow trucks carrying disabled vehicles, package vans, work trucks, and others. These vehicles are not delivering here, servicing properties here, or conducting business on our residential street. Delivery trucks and delivery cars stop, stand, and park on the side marked "No parking this side," often directly in front of the sign, even when the legal side is clear. The road narrows and vehicles are an obstacle course is created. More than 24 children are regularly present on Governors Avenue. More than a dozen who live here, plus another dozen who regularly come to their grandparents' home here. More than half of each group is under 8 years old. That child exposure exists amid incomplete sidewalks, traffic backup, truck traffic, illegal stopping, and limited pedestrian refuge. This application adds risk in 3 phases. Construction adds dump trucks, deliveries, dumpsters, worker parking, backing movements, and lane blockages. Post-construction adds residents, visitors, ride shares, deliveries, moving trucks, trash and recycling trucks, contractors, maintenance vehicles, and curbside stopping. I ask this board not to rely on generalized trip generation numbers. The record must address queued spillback, actual speeds, crash and near-miss history, sight distance. I can't see you pulling out of my driveway, looking up the street. Pulling out forward, not backwards. Sidewalk gaps, commercial vehicle enforcement, illegal stopping, large vehicle turning, wrong way driving, emergency access, construction staging, winter road width, trash service, deliveries, and moving trucks. Until those issues are answered, based on the repeated police commission history, prior traffic studies, submitted photographs, observed conditions, this board does not yet have a sufficient safety record to conclude this application can proceed safely. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. It just isn't the right fit for this location. Thank you so much for staying.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Niles. I'm at 44 Governors. My wife's did a lot better job than I'm going to do here. So let's talk some traffic numbers. The traffic study concluded that there is no impact. Where in the traffic study were the following existing conditions evaluated, such as the speeding on Governors Avenue, the wrong way traffic on Governors Avenue, the cut through traffic on Governors Avenue, the traffic backup on Governors Avenue, the narrow roadway when cars park on one side or the wrong side of Governor's Avenue, the lack of sidewalks on Governor's Avenue, especially at the Buick Avenue. Where's the pedestrian safety impact? Additionally, the scope of the traffic, the report evaluates the level of services, delay, and the queue length. Was Governor Avenue part of that? Was a separate public safety analyst performed, or was the study limited to traffic operation only on Cherry Street? The wording, no impact, stated in the report. Does that mean no operational impact or no public safety impact? Which one was it? Governor's Avenue corridor. The study evaluated the Cherry Street intersection. Why wasn't the Governor Avenue included in that, since it actually connects to Buick? Governor Avenue connects to Cherry Street, North Street. As the report says, there's approximately 12,000 vehicles per day on Cherry Street. What it didn't include, the 8,800 cars on North Street. What it didn't include, the 4,000 cars on Governor's. Let's think about that number. 4,000 cars going down Governor's Avenue per day. That's a small number to most people. Let's enlarge it. It's over 1 million cars per year going down a residential street where there's only 30 houses. 30 houses. The apartment, Mr. Mitchell said there's going to be 419 cars coming out on a daily basis. Under that number, that should mean that Governor Avenue should have 300 cars going down it. So while we have 3,500 different cars, it's the cut through. By adding more homes down through on Buick Avenue, Governor Avenues will be another major hub for cars to come down again, more. Residential regularly observes vehicles going the wrong way. This usually happens at nighttime with delivery service, food service. People aren't familiar with Governors, and sure enough, they will go the wrong way. Speeding. Was the speed considered in the traffic report? Pedestrian safety. Buick Avenue has limited sidewalks. Okay, that's stretching it. They have 0 sidewalks. Was a pedestrian safety study used? How will pedestrian safety access the development? What improvements are proposed? Emergency access. If the only entrance becomes blocked by an accident, disabled vehicle, moving truck, delivery truck, how do residents evacuate? Think of the size of an average UPS truck, FedEx truck, sitting at the corner of Buick Avenue and Cherry. Somebody needs to make a turn inside on Buick. It's not happening. Think about the UPS, FedEx turning onto Buick from Cherry. When there's traffic turning on Buick one way or the other, that truck's not entering. The police committee previously declined the proposal because of safety concern. What specific changes have been made since that recommendation? Probably none. The ITE trip generation that Mitchell used, can the applicant tell the commission where were those studies actually conducted? Have you all looked at the small print? I can tell you. California, Alberta, Canada, Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, all metropolitan cities. They don't relate to Milford. And furthermore, none were actually done in Connecticut. Or none of the reports were done in cities that are similar in size to Milford. Where were they located on the residential street similar to Governor's Avenue? With one-way traffic and Governor's, it's a nightmare, and all they will be doing is adding more to that nightmare.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're trying to keep people for less than 3 minutes. You're probably doubled that. And you are saying the things that other people have said. It's getting late. There's a lot of people here. Please try to make it as brief as you can to make your points that are unique.
I understand that. What it comes down to is the traffic report is flawed, and it is a major it's a major health and safety concern, and it needs to be looked at not only from the Cherry Street but from Governor's Avenue as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Gorman. I live at 43 Governor's Ave. I would like to register my opposition to the development. As much as I am in favor of affordable housing, I think that this plan presents some serious safety hazards. I believe that public safety is critically compromised. The plan features only one single point of ingress and egress for the entire parking lot. If this single access point became blocked for any reason, whether by an accident, stalled vehicles, fallen trees, or a simple traffic jam, it creates an immediate potential for a fatal gridlock. It will block first responders, prevent emergency vehicles from entering, and trap residents inside. Secondly, the city engineer has flagged major environmental hazards. The narrow road footprint leaves no viable option for safe snow removal, directly threatening Stubby Plain Brook, a valuable natural resource that must be protected. The engineer specifically noted a significant area to the south and west that is designated as wetlands mitigation planting area. I understand exceptions have to be made for affordable housing, and affordable housing is needed in Milford. However, the physical safety of residents and the preservation of Stubby Plain Brook must be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Tiffany Stevens. I live at 30 Governor's Ave with my family. I'm one of the lovely families that has 4 children on the street. I'm here tonight to ask the board to carefully consider the existing traffic and safety conditions on our street before approving the development that will increase vehicle traffic in our neighborhood. Over the last 5 years, my family has personally experienced 2 serious crashes involving speeding and distracted drivers on Governor's Ave. Yeah, that's me. In September 22, our parked Jeep Wrangler in front of our house was struck by a speeding driver. Security camera footage showed that no brakes were applied before impact. The collision was so severe that our Jeep was pushed more than 20 feet into our neighbor's vehicle. Both vehicles sustained significant damage. Our Jeep was declared a total loss, and the at-fault driver's vehicle overturned and was also totaled. It gets worse. Almost exactly 2 years later, in September 2024, another speeding and distracted driver crashed into our parked Land Rover, again, right in front of our house. The force of the impact pushed it into our other parked vehicle in front of our house, a Ford Bronco, which we had just purchased to replace the Jeep that was lost in the first accident. Both of our vehicles were declared total losses, as well as the driver's vehicle. These are not isolated incidents. They represent a pattern of dangerous driving behavior on our little street. In a 6-year period, 5 vehicles totaled as a result of just 2 crashes in front of our home. Beyond the property damage, these accidents created significant financial and personal hardships for our family. Insurance may compensate for a vehicle's market value, but it does not cover replacement costs, taxes, registration, rental vehicles, lost time from work, stress, and disruption caused by suddenly losing all of your transportation. As a family with 4 children, those impacts were substantial. The facts are clear. Governor's Ave already has a traffic and safety problem. Residents regularly observe speeding vehicles, distracted drivers, trucks using the neighborhood as a cut-through, drivers traveling the wrong way all the time. Approving the development will bring additional construction traffic, delivery. We've heard all this tonight. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I would love to invite all of you to come and park your vehicle on our street. Please exit your vehicle through your passenger door. You then will experience why we have a traffic and safety issue on our street. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, Rachel Merva, 90 Dart Hill Road. Thank you so much for listening and being so committed. I am speaking in support of a conditional approval of this application to the point about we need affordable housing, but not here. I believe this location does check a lot of boxes. It's close to shopping and public transportation. I think the design blends well with the surroundings, has eco-friendly and resilient design features as well. Then we have a developer who's committed to and wants to make Milford more affordable for all. I understand the traffic study was already approved by the police commissioners, so that is confusing to me, but I do urge the board to please find a path forward with this developer and collaborate so this can get done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Silver, 55 Governors Avenue, here in Milford. I've already stricken a few of my redundant items, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Briefly, the bullet points. There's no room on the north or south sides of Buick Avenue for that sidewalk, and therefore, you've heard already the applicant's attorney say that they've been trying for 2 years to work out an arrangement with the adjacent properties. 2 years, and you still don't see anything on the plans. What assurance do you have that you are going to see a sidewalk on those plans? We raised these issues over 1.5 years ago with inland wetlands, and they've made it a condition of their approval that if a sidewalk does suddenly appear on the plans, it has to go back to inland wetlands because it's within their purview. The point being is that without a sidewalk on that plans, we are forcing those 100 residents to walk on the street to get out to Cherry Street, to get over across the road to G&G Markets, or do any of the shopping, which we love to do as a residential street. But the first 150 feet, we're forcing them to walk on a 20-foot wide roadway. And I don't think that's a safety that you want to see it occur as part of approval of this plan. It gets down to safety. That's on the safety. Another safety issue is within the property. If you've noticed how much of the paving there is, and we've heard tonight about all the children that may be part of this complex. There's no green space. There's no play space. There's no playground areas for the children. They can play in the parking lot. Is that safety? We have a responsibility to develop safe 8-30G projects, as well as ones that are responsible to traffic. You've already heard about the one driveway. There are solutions. Put in a second driveway. There's enough frontage on Buick to do it, to avoid those conflicts. Again, we can do better to develop a better and safer plan. Snow shelf, the city engineer already raised that issue, that there wouldn't be enough snow shelf area on the property or immediately adjacent to Buick Avenue, and that it actually narrows down. You saw it in picture number 6 of one of the handouts. It narrows down to 18 feet wide, and that the snow shelves are not accounted for. They're accounted for within the property, but not on Buick. Relative to that, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, number 1, which is the Building Code of Connecticut, it requires if a building exceeds 30 feet in height, at least one access road must be a minimum of 26 feet wide to accommodate ladder and aerial trucks. We only have 20 feet in this case, and David pointed out earlier that there's actually a portion of it where there's only 18 feet and change of Buick Avenue width. We are not meeting a building code requirement, which is almost precedent to an 8-30G requirement. If a project cannot meet a building code or a life safety code issue, then it should go back to the drawing board and find a better solution. Life safety again, fire pump. The fire marshal mentioned it in his first denial. I've designed many projects. 5 stories almost always require a fire pump. A fire pump takes up a lot of room inside the building. It's a large space that's required, and it's not currently shown on the floor plans. If there's no intention to put in a fire pump, then it doesn't meet a building code requirement. That gets down to life safety again. We can modify the plans, put in the fire pump room, but they haven't done it. These are all changes that can be made. The denials already by the Traffic Commission, the Police Commission themselves, I should say, inland wetlands saying that the plans now do not reflect the plans that they approved back in October. We've had over 7 months to revise those drawings to you to show what's reflected in the approvals, and they haven't done it. Do we wait until everything is conditioned and we have 20 pages of conditions that are part of your approval, or do we go back and reflect all of these changes and improvements on the drawing so that you have a comprehensive document? I don't agree with doing that, doing it the other way of just living by verbal approvals. Public Works. The Public Works Director can make modifications to the frontage on the properties. But in the last 2 years, the Public Works Director has not made those changes to the city street. Why not? We've had the time and we've been raising the issues to do it, and yet here it is before you without any Public Works Director input that could improve the safety on Buick Avenue. So it makes you ask that question. Another one, flooding. The fire marshal said that they can accommodate the trucks 2 feet of flooding on Buick Avenue. It does happen, but what does that mean to the 93 cars that are trying to get in and out of that during a flooding event? Are they going to stall out in the street and therefore impinge public safety as it tries to access the building for an ambulance or a fire situation? Kind of the bottom line is we've had chances to make all these changes to the drawings to reflect what has been approved before, to answer questions that have just come down from the various departments. And it seems to me that this board needs the respect to have a comprehensive set of documents rather than just something is building on comments for the last 2 years. This project can be done better. It can be improved and it can be made safer. And all it takes is go back to the drawing board and integrate all of these improvements for safety. And safety is one of our standards, our state standards for 8-30G. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Boyd. I live at 41 Prospect Street, and I just want to say I support Mr. Thornburg's project going on here, and I hope you guys approve it.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here, for being so thoughtful. My name is Teresa Eek. I live at 47 Point Beach Drive. I urge you to support this. We need more housing. It's a well-designed project in a walkable location, and it's been shaped by agency review. and I suggest that Governor's Avenue, which sounds really dangerous, should be turned into a cul-de-sac.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Musey, and I live at 73 North Street, so the corner of North Street and Governors. Just going to make it very short and sweet. Obviously, I opposed this project due to everyone's concern with the traffic. When we first bought the house, within the first week, there were so many car accidents into our front fence that we can no longer keep the front fence. We hear honks from cars, trucks all day. But to wrap it up, I highly suggest each one of you just go down there. It would take 10 minutes just to see all the concerns that we have. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Hunt. I live at 31 Governors Avenue, and I'll just like quickly touch on flooding. My neighbor Bill referred to some of the dangers with flooding, and we heard a lot about the permeable paver solution earlier tonight. One of the things that is required for this system to work is continued maintenance to clear out those permeable areas where water is able to seep through. And I have little confidence that the developer will follow through with this maintenance after demonstration that he is unable to move his commercial equipment off of the residential property, which he's already been cited for. So even with city oversight, it seems like he is unable to follow through. The love for Milford, I'm not sure I see it, and I'm a little worried that some of the promises that are being made around flooding are not going to be upheld. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcy Kushnada, and I live at 31 Governors Avenue. I'm a proponent of affordable housing in Milford, but I'm worried about the public safety associated with this particular application. Other neighbors have talked about traffic issues. I just want to emphasize that this isn't just a concern about our convenience or inconvenience. It's a concern around community safety. We're talking about reducing visibility on the streets, increasing vehicle, pedestrian, and bike traffic, and increasing complexity of the intersections with additional turnouts and creating a partial one-way street. This is a recipe for a disaster in an area that has a documented history of safety issues. We all want more affordable housing, but not if it's a trade-off for community safety for both the neighbors and the residents of this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Jorgensen, 246 High Street. I'm speaking in favor of affordable housing and this project. As many have confirmed, the location of this proposed project is very walkable for many errands and services, which minimizes its traffic impact. It's about a quarter mile from groceries, less than a half mile from here, and many businesses in the center, which are accessible without needing a car for every trip. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture. What can towns actually do to address affordable housing? It's interesting to observe that the typical objections to many housing projects are specifically parking or lack thereof, traffic or street-related issues. It really does appear that the requirements for our cars are more important than affordable housing. There's a juxtaposition between Buick Avenue being too narrow on the one hand, which naturally slows the traffic, and cars speeding down Governor's Avenue causing accidents on the other hand. Maybe Governor's Avenue should be narrowed like Buick for safety reasons. Or here's a crazy idea, maybe Governor's Avenue should be a two-way street, which would be easy to do and would also slow traffic. So there are other issues related to this that could be addressed, that could address the safety issues. Could a reimagining and redesign of our streets and parking standards be what's holding us up for more affordable housing? Milford needs all types of housing, especially affordable, not just luxury units. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. My name is Anita Fernandez, and I live at 88 Governors Avenue. And I would just like to reiterate that my objection to this project has to do with safety. It does not have to do with convenience. It does not have to do with parking. It has to do with safety. We're not doing anyone any favors by putting up affordable housing that provides hazards to the people who live, the prospective residents of that apartment complex. I'd also like to add that there were some documents which we're trying to keep up on this project and know what's going on, but there were some documents that were submitted at the last minute and we haven't had a chance to read, so that seems upsetting. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public like to speak? Seeing none, the applicant has a chance to rebut what was stated in the public comment.
So, Mr. Chairman, would ask Mr. Mitchell to address the traffic concerns.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Mitchell again from Mitchell Traffic Engineering. I'm just going to be very, very brief. I have a couple of points to make. You've heard a whole lot of people here tonight talk about a lot of things about traffic levels and congestion and crashes and on and on and on. There's been a lot of opinions expressed. And everyone here is welcome to their opinion. They are. Except me. I'm not welcome to my opinion. I have to document what I say. I have to give you facts. I have to use standards that have been established for preparing what I do and what I say. So I can't just stand up here and say, I don't think there's going to be much traffic on Governor's Avenue. I have to show you why. And when I have a development that's going to generate a total in the afternoon peak hour, which is the highest hour of the day, 17 entering cars in total, I am somewhat limited as to how many of them I can put on Governor's Avenue. They're certainly not all there. I said it would be about a quarter of them. I said it would be about 4 vehicles. That's a car every 15 minutes. I would take the person who invited me to sit on their lawn chair and watch the traffic to see how the traffic is right now and come back if this is approved and built and look at it then and see if you can see a difference. There is no appreciable increase in traffic on that road. And therefore, the fact that I documented 3 crashes in 3 years, or they say there's millions of crashes and people being dragged out of cars and all of these things that they said, the impact of this site on that is negligible. That's a fact, that is documented, and that is done according to standard practice. So I want to once again remind you that the purpose of this and the purpose of your deliberation on this is what is the likely impact on safety of the public if this project is approved. And with the amount of traffic that it is going to generate, which again is by national standards, the state of Connecticut requires me to do traffic generation exactly this way. And you could get 20 traffic engineers to stand in here and they will come up with these same numbers. They may argue that I used numbers that were too high, that it's not that high. But those are the way it is done, and that is, we don't reinvent the wheel and rethink all of this every time a new project comes in. And you'd all be in terrible condition if we did that. So thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real briefly, this evening you've heard from the engineers, planners, and other professionals. You just heard from the traffic engineer again, who have spent months reviewing this proposal, walking it through the approval process. The applicants never ignored any concern. Each concern was met with additional study, revised plans and responses, further engineering. The traffic's been analyzed. You've heard from the only expert in the record this evening on the traffic. Emergency access has been provided and approved and improved and will be improved if the project goes forward. All the fire department comments were addressed. Roadway circulation's been clarified. Utilities and drainage were engineered. At the end of the process, the record clearly demonstrates that the objective professional evidence supports the application. I want to mention briefly, there was a mention about the police commission approving or denying this. For the record, and I know it's against typically how the commission is used to hearing these police commission reports, I was made aware of that police commission meeting after the fact. It turned into essentially a public hearing that wasn't noticed, and we had no opportunity to present any rebuttal evidence against it. The traffic sergeant who handled the application actually approved it and recommended no objection to it. And following, I'm assuming a large number of Governor's Ave neighborhood who went to the police commission meeting, the police chief scratched off the bottom of the recommendation and decided to reject it. So further, the police commission has no jurisdiction or authority to approve or deny. I've provided in my package earlier, or I can provide a package. I'll just read what it is. It's the rules of the police commission. None of them say anything about traffic approval. And also the town ordinance, section 11. Nothing said, there's no enabling legislation or regulation that allows the police commission to make any determination. There's also nothing in the record that the police commission denied it. What's in the record is that it was tentatively rejected, and that was by Chief Mello. So the wetlands application that David had brought up as part of his administrative summary, that is the only difference between the wetland application that was filed and the wetland application that was approved and was the application here is the imaginary property line that is the proposed free split line. Everything else is exactly the same. The easement document you have in the records, I have never heard an argument that you would need to get approval from the Department of Public Works prior to getting your zoning approval in order to improve the street. We have every right to improve the public right-of-way if we have an approval and we get the permits from the city engineer. But I've never experienced any type of argument like that. Even Mr. Silver, who is, I believe, a retired architect and a neighbor at Governor's, said all of these things could be approved as conditions of approval, but it would just be the number of conditions of approval, and does the board want to do that? And to that point, again, we heard a lot of people talking about safety, 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 but there's no objective evidence in the record that this project is unsafe. Every item identified in Mr. Sulcus's administrative summary is a procedural issue that has nothing to do with safety, which is the purview of this board during an 8-30G application. So that completes our rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to speak specifically to what was just stated, you're welcome to come up for one more bite of the apple.
I just want to be clear, Roberta Silver, 55 Governors Avenue. I just want to be clear that the statistics that I was quoting were given by the police officer records department, so they were not opinions when I gave the data for the accidents at the corners of Governor's, Cherry, and Gulf, and for Governor's and North. I just wanted to be clear that was not an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add on to that, the records that were presented with the data were all from the police study. Marcel Niles, 44 Governors, were all presented from the traffic study that was done last year and was printed out on some handouts that were given to you, and as well as the photographs of actual factual data on a daily basis on those roads by people that live on that street, our street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Silver, 55 Governors Avenue, rebutting several things. Governors being a two-way street, that was addressed decades ago with the police department. It's only 20 feet wide and it's not sufficient for two-way traffic, and it was denied that at that time. But there can be other solutions. So I echo Mr. Jorgensen's thoughts of finding different solutions, making it better. The other point is that on the fire access, the code that dictates 26 feet, it requires it to be unobstructed all-weather access. You've got picture number 6 that shows you that street when it was plowed and the limited snow shelves, and you can see it's 18 feet wide. That's not even close to the 26 feet that's needed, nor is it the 20 feet that is the minimum that that the city engineer wants. And probably last but not least, to David's point, is he has already pointed out that there is insufficient property that this client controls in terms of the width of the roadway at 18 feet and change, and not the 20 feet to the limits of the property line. That still has to be addressed. It does not legally exist, and therefore it's hard to approve something of that nature that deals with safety, road width, two-way traffic, and the pedestrians that you're putting on that street without a sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Gordon, oh my God, 421 New Haven Avenue, forgot my address. Just a thought on this. It sounds like Sever sounds incredibly dangerous right now. I drive down there, I'm usually the only car, maybe there's another car behind me, but regardless, it sounds like this is not the impact of this project, it's what the existing Governors is now sounds like incredibly dangerous, so something should be done on that, independent of the approval of this project, and speed bumps or something like that would slow all that traffic down. So anyway, it sounds, that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike Blake, 65 Governors Avenue. The traffic engineer mentioned that he was talking about facts. I'd like to point out, when you're trying to predict what's going to happen in the future, when a project is built, there's no facts, it's just you're estimating what might happen in the future. When neighbors on Governors Avenue told you about the accidents and the speeding and the reckless driving that we see, those are facts. And those are our personal experiences. And it's not, we're not guessing what's going to happen in the future. That's what's happening right now. And if you add 90 parking spaces at Buick Avenue, you're foreseeing 90 cars, and many of those cars are going to be going up Governors Avenue to get to the Buick apartments. So thank you.
Thank you. Applicant has the last word.
The 26 feet that is being referred to, we comply with that in the aisleways of the parking area. I believe that we've met that requirement, and the fire marshal hasn't expressed any concern about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Can I just, I want to just clarify something, a couple of comments that Mr. Crusaden said about my comments. The first is that the inland wetlands report that we have goes beyond the issue of, one plan's got property lines on it, the other one doesn't. There are other issues there are other things that are missing from our plan, again, according to the inland wetlands report. And Mr. Crusaden is right. Generally, when it comes to widening streets, people don't ask for permission. They ultimately will get it. The issue that's going on here that I'm pointing out is that they are showing a widening of the street that goes beyond the right-of-way that exists and goes onto a private property. that they do not control. And that is the distinction. The city has an easement on that property, but it is unclear whether or not, just because the city has an easement for certain activities, that this applicant can claim the city's right to have that easement on that private property without any input from the property owner. Again, I asked Mr. Crusaden yesterday to provide us that he has that permission. It hasn't been submitted, so I just wanted to clarify that. And what's important about that from a safety perspective is that if they cannot get that permission and they cannot widen the road in that area, then you don't have the 20 feet for the fire department to get to this site. And that's the health safety issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that point, the wetlands, if there's some other remaining issue, easily made a condition of approval. And on the point of the 20 feet wide access way, also easily made a condition of approval. It's not a reason to deny it. And I did testify earlier, I spoke earlier, that I spoke with the city attorney regarding this prior to wetlands, and we were able to proceed on that. So that is a non-issue. And so I don't know what else Mr. Sulkus is going to raise about it. I provided you a copy of the easement documents that's to the city for right-of-way purposes. We're not required to show that we have permission from anybody for this board to make a decision, especially with this application.
And Mr. Chair, just...
Okay, well, let me just close the public hearing, then you can say whatever you want to say.
No. No, you can't.
I'm not asking your permission. I'm not asking your permission.
You're not conducting a fair hearing if you're going to let him talk and then not let me comment about it. That's not a fair public hearing.
He's allowed to discuss anything, even with if there's already a motion.
And I'm allowed to comment on it if it's about the application.
Mr. Chair, all I'm going to say is I had a conversation with the city attorney yesterday that had a different result than what Mr. Crusaden just purported from his discussion prior to inland wetlands.
Does any member of the board see why we can't close the public hearing right now? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Do you have any questions for staff? I'd hear a motion.
Mr. Chair, regarding 34 Buick Avenue, Zone R12-5, I move to approve as presented the petition of Kevin Crusaden Esquire for a site plan review for 53-unit multifamily 830G housing development map 066, block 825, parcel 16, parentheses portion of which 34 Buick LLC is the owner.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. As far as discussion, I'd like to say that I am a very strong advocate for affordable housing. I've worked to change various zones in our city to accommodate housing and specifically affordable housing. And I've done that for several years and hope to continue to do that. This application seems to have so many moving parts and so much information in the last several hours, and there's a time limit of the 9th to act on it. Our existing schedule, and it seems to me that there's been so much information, some of it new, some of it old, that just it defies logic to make a decision. I think that right now we have expert testimony from a city planner who is an expert, and he has recommended that this be denied. We have a police commission report that what we have in front of us says that this is not something that they have approved. Whether or not they get to make a decision, they get to make a recommendation, and their recommendation is to deny. So I am going to vote to deny this. And if there's any other comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I am a proponent of affordable housing, but I suggest to those that came out here supporting this, you were sold a bill of goods that doesn't exist. This was an activity by the applicant's attorney to force us to have to make this decision. They came in tonight at 8 o'clock with additional materials. If you think that's not fair, we're not going to hold it against anybody at this point, but let's talk about the facts here, okay? And I understand the people from Governor's Avenue, that particular comment is appropriate for Governors, but it's not for here. You have a police report that's not been rebutted. You have the fire report that indicates there's numerous violations, even though they approved it. Originally, they didn't approve it. And that property that Mr. Crusaden is representing on behalf of his client, he doesn't own all that property. So you go through the report of David Sulkus, which is 2 pages, has not been rebutted by the applicant, and it makes it very clear that this shouldn't even be before us. But because of a deadline that was kept pushed back by the applicant's attorney, we have to make the decision. I'll be voting against this. Not that I'm against affordable housing, but this is not ready for us to be heard. We don't have a deadline that's coming up. We have to make a decision. I'm going to vote to deny it.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion of the motion or comments?
Yeah, I don't want to get too redundant. I want to commend the attempted saving of what is possibly the oldest house in Milford in the 30% affordable. I think that's great. I'm always supporting affordable. The building is a beautiful building. However, there's a lot of problems with this application, and the safety issues weren't adequately covered, and I will be voting against.
Any further comments or discussion on the motion? If you would, please call the vote.
Mr. Alling,
Against the motion.
Mr. Anderson,
Against the motion without prejudice.
Mr. Furmender,
Against the motion.
Mr. Collegian,
Against the motion.
Mr. Machio,
Against the motion.
Mr. Mortimer,
Against the motion.
Mr. Sadi,
Against the motion.
Mr. Zaharides,
Against the motion.
Chairman Quish.
I'm also against the motion.
The motion failed.
Okay, if the public is leaving, please do it quietly. We have other business to attend. Old business, we have none. Liaison report.
None.
Subcommittee report, do we have anything from our consultant? David?
No, we have to have a meeting about that.
All right.
And we just have to schedule it.
Okey-doke.
Yep.
We have approval of the minutes of the 6/16/26 meeting.
I move to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
What abstention?
Second that.
Second. Without objection, minutes are approved. Chair's report, I have none. Staff report.
None this evening.
Okay, without objection, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Second that.